We leave it.
Off this one. Just trying to figure out which glasses to wear. See best. Morena tātou. Good morning. We will get started. We will ask Tame to bless the meeting and open the meeting for us, please. Thank you.
Te hāpai ngā kutu tuatai ki te tāhuru matapu. Te hara tamareno, te whakapapapau nā mu te moana kia tere te kārohi rohi I runga I te tangata. Te taka I te rutu o te whenua. I te hunga ko whetūrangi te ko huri hea e karu ki ata ata mō matariki. Moi mai, moi mai, moi mai, I runga I te ariki. E te rei te bihi o te manu kāhui kia koutou. Ngā mana whenua hoki e tau nei ki te whakatakoto I ngā kaupapa, kia whakaputi ki te kōrero mō ngā kaupapa o te ata nei. E te rei te mihi atu kia koutou aku rangatira. Kia whai hoki e heiken, tānu te mihi atu kia koutou mai te wako tainui hoki. Tānei te aroha ka ngā kou kia koutou. Ki te hunga ko whetūrangi tia I roto I te rā koko nā o ao te aroa putanoa I te ao. I te hoki atu koutou ki te kaihanga o te rangi I te whenua. Ki ngā memo o te kauni hera e kaha nei ki te tui ngā kaupapa papai o kirikiri roa, mō Waikato hoki, anei te mihi o te ngā kau kia koutou, mai te whare o te king kia koutou katoa, e mahi ngā kaupapa rangatira, hei paenga mō te tāne o kirikiri roa, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. Ki tō tātou ripota hoki, kaha nei ki te tuhi ngā kaupapa papai, a whae te tiki e heke ngā kaupapa, e paenga. Kimi here rapua he oranga I te tūnga konga. Good morning everyone, it's lovely to be here today and on behalf of Manu Kawe, worship the Mayor, extend her aroha to you all and to our mana whenua group here to discuss one of the kaupapa today. It is our pleasure to welcome you and my good colleague from Kuratini, Hagen. Good to see you again, haven't seen you for a long time. My batch in the Nahere is waiting for you to go for a breakout there. So I'll just leave it there. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tame. Thank you for the lovely way that you opened the meeting as always. Welcome to everyone. We will confirm oh no, hang on a minute. Take apologies. Whoops, I've gone out of the meeting now. Yeah.
Councillor Wilson for lateness and Councillor Jonathan for early departure.
So Councillor Wilson for lateness, Councillor Donovan for early departure. If the meeting goes that long, can also move. Do I have a seconder, please? And thank you, Councillor Maxine. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Are there any conflicts of interest that we should be aware of? Declarations of interest? Oh, I've reversed your. Yeah. What's required for that, Amy? As we suspended standing orders globally to go to 2, so they'd have to propose a motion that would be supported by the membership. Is that correct? So when we get to that, we can move. Oops. Apologies.
We can do it as a part of confirmation.
Okay. So you have a seconder? So it's moved by Ryan and seconded by Andrew. So I don't think you need to explain it, but we'll just now. Are there any questions, councillors? It's quite, we normally go to 2, except in circumstances where we relax that and we go to 3, so we're being asked to relax it. Are there any questions? If not, we'll go to the debate and the vote. Do you need to debate in any form? No, anybody want to debate that? So then we'll go to the vote. It's not voting. Okay, we'll go to the vote by show of hands. All in favour? Opposed? What's that?
Sorry, can you keep your hands up if you're opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4.
It is lost, noting that dissenting is Mayor Southgate, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pike, Councillor Casey Cox, Councillor Waki, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Hutt, and Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Okay, so we stick with the 2 for all items today. We've had a full debate about that in the past, so I guess that's what it is. All right, let's go to the declarations of interest. I don't think there are any, are there, across matters? No. So that brings us on to the public forum. So first up on my list, we have Rawere this morning, talking on item 9. In fact, all matters are on item 9, representing Thorpe. Morena Rawere, do you want to come up to the front to address us, please? Councillors, today there will be no questions because we'll have a pretty fulsome debate and discussion on the item. But certainly you've got your full time to address us. Yes, please. Thank you. When you're ready. Morena.
Does look different from this side of the fence. You usually down there. Good to see you anyhow. Goodbye. Kia ora, Mayor, Rangatira, Kaumātua, Councillor of the Council. Thank you for inviting us this morning. And I presume we're talking about the Mangai Maoris this morning. I understand I've only got half an hour, so I'll limit it to 5 minutes in order to try and keep you fellows at ease and all the rest of it, yeah? Mangai Maoris, some 5 years ago, we thought they were a great idea. And that hasn't changed. We interviewed them at that time, and we got them in here and all the rest of it, and the councillors agreed with it, because we all had a vision. We all had an idea. And that was to enable Māori input into what we thought was full council at that time, but it became the committees. But that was okay. It actually enabled Māori input to get into those committees and be part of the game, per se. Presumably those committees took it up to the full council and went from there. So that was our vision at that time. And it hasn't changed. The only thing that has changed, I would say, is that at that time, we didn't really know how it would happen. We didn't really know what the council committees did, what the council did sometimes. So we took our chance and we got them in. I think 3 years later, 4 years later, I think we've got a better idea on how it could work and how it should work for a better outcome than what was there, what we thought of 5 years ago in our head. And there was only a little wee peanut at that time of an idea. But I think now it's bigger. Now we're all in the game for restoration of our fauna and our flora. We're all in the game for betterment of equity and economics. There are these competing sides to everything. And so all we're trying to do is the same as you guys are trying to do, is provide a little bit more information that can help make better decisions for everybody in the city, including ourselves, including everybody else. I mean, you only have to look forward to the future. We know that the triangle is going to get bigger. We know that more and more people are going to come here. Now we know that there's greater development being proposed by the government, intensification and all that carry on, new bridges, So it's going to change. The whole environment is going to change. So we need to be ready for it. We need to be able to adjust to it. The only way you can do that is to have a variety of input coming into you guys, the leaders, the councillors, and the best looking ones in the city. Is that right? Whatever. Hey. And I think that's where we need to head to now. And that's why I looked through the staff's recommendation for the Mangai Maori. And it's not saying that it should be the same. what it's saying is that, yes, there should be some, whether it's 3, 5, 10, whatever, but we need to work through and learn from where we've come from in the last 3 or 4 years to work out how to do it better this time around. And that's where we're in agreement with the staff recommendations, is that, yes, that has to be done. If you guys were to say that yes, we'll have carry on with Mangai Maoris, then I think as the staff recommendation saying, we and you guys and the partners, the interested parties for Māori input need to come together to work out how to do it better, and then go back to you guys with a proposal. And I think that's what I like about the new recommendation, because if we carry on the same, we'll only get the same. And from my experience, having been in there, appointing them, watching them come through the last 3 or 4 years, I wonder whether there's enough resourcing to do the job which we thought they were going to do. So do we need to cut down on the numbers in order to get the same resourcing to the Mangai Maoris to do a better job? I think that's what needs to be done. And I think that's what the staff proposal is trying to say, is that let's not cut them out because they are valuable, but let's make them more valuable by making them more accountable, more responsible, and all that carry on. So I think that's where we need to go now. And as time goes on, it'll get better. You guys can't say that when you came in, you were the top dog councillor when you first came in. I don't think so. Oh, you know, I've watched some of you come in and you. So that needs to happen as well. And I think that's where we are in relation to the Mangai Maoris. There'll never be a replacement for the wards, but they are a means by which to enable the city leaders to make better decisions for everybody and everything. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. Thank you. No, that we're not having questions today because would only be for clarification, and we're quite clear on your position. Thanks. Caroline is next. Carolyn, sorry.
Unable to.
She's not, so sorry. Who's that? What's that?
Yeah, that's not able to be here, so we'll be able to.
Oh, so we'll move down the list. Sorry. And we're going to Hagan next. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. See you on the weekend. Morena. And please pass on our condolences to Andrea and the thing that your staff are going through at this time.
Start now.
Yes, please.
Kia ora tātou, i au e tuana mi atu ki a koe tami. Nau rai tuku ka kupu haka moimi i ki te rungarawa, kia toi moana mana ki tangi rungi a tātou no puiti nei, wadu i te maru o tēnei whare. Nau rai kami atu ki te manu kāhui, wai anu i a tātou, ki a koe te mea, tēnei te mihi ki a koe, i te mihi aroha ki ngā kai kaunihira, ngā kai hāpai o te kaunihira katoa e hui hui ana i rungi tēnei kaupapa rangatira. Welcome, everybody. My name is Hagan Tautari. I'm one of the co-chairs of Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa, and I'm appearing here on behalf of our CE, Andrea Elliott, who is attending to the tragic event of one of our whanaunga passing away a couple of days ago in a vehicular accident. So I'm here on her behalf. And I just pass on her apologies. As such, I was given a clear mandate to stick to script. Don't go rogue. So I'm gonna read this out just to make sure that all our whakaaro on this topic is represented as accurately as possible. So Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa welcomes the opportunity to provide comment on the Mangai Maori review. We note the council report and the staff recommendations. By way of context, Te Runanga Kirikiriroa was established 35 years ago by Te Ariki Nui Te Atairangi Kahu, the late Māori Queen, in collaboration with the Mayor at that time, the late Sir Ross Jansen. From these beginnings, we have operated as a long-standing kaupapa Māori social service organisation with 9 sites across the Waikato and multiple services across the lifespan, including youth, mental health, housing, as some examples. In addition, we have very clear advocacy and representative responsibilities, and this includes maintaining an active relationship with Council. Our origins and subsequent service activity are important because we do not just have a heavy focus and interest in the future needs of Mātā Waka, as set out on page 5 of the Council report. Instead, we are the urban Māori authority in Kirikiriroa that leads holistic wellbeing and development of Mātā Waka and Pacifica peoples, as per our Constitution. Through the nature of our mandated status, we are also charged to be a voice at every forum that affects our people, and this includes at council levels. The background of the report clearly sets out the timeline that has led us to this point. What may not be so apparent through this report, however, is the number of hui or meetings and many hours that we have all sat side by side, ourselves, Waikato Tainui, respective hapu and council staff, to listen to each other, debate and challenge. Until we were all comfortable with a solution that would ensure the most appropriate Māori representation. The solution during the last Triennial was the inclusion of the Mangai Maori. More recently, we have also seen the establishment of the 2 Māori wards. What is clear from these 2 decisions is that Council recognises the importance and value of having Māori around the decision-making table. The Mangai Maori roles have enabled this importance to be realised. From the Mātā Waka perspective, Oli Tua was appointed as Mangai Maori due to his prior HCC involvement, extensive governance experience, excellent business acumen, as well as being a long-standing local of Kirikiriroa, making him well placed to bring an informed and credible view on relevant kaupapa or issues that matter. Oli has contributed to decision-making on He Paumanawa Ora, the change of street names, the areas of community, strategic growth and economic development. We believe Hamilton City Council have been very fortunate to have this level of expertise, not just with Oli, but all of the Mangai Maori to enable well-informed decisions. As such, we support Mangai Maori as set out in the council paper and staff recommendation. That's all that's on my paper, so I've stayed to script. I just wanted to say that in relation to when we talk about Mātā Waka, we talk about people like myself who belong to a different tribal area. In my case, I belong to the Taitokero, Ngāpuhi, but have been honoured enough to live under the support of Waikato Tainui, so all those groups, all those people. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And once again, our sympathies to the Runanga. Next up, we have Donald. Donald? Oh, okay. Welcome, Kōrua. Yeah. So we've got Donald and Vanessa with us today representing Waikato Tainui's position on this matter.
Tēnā koe, might stand sort of kia ora koutou. Tēnei anō te mihi atu kia koe pa. Nau anō e tuku te reo whakamuimiti e koro ai mā tātou e noho nei karori te tūni o tēnei whare. Kia kōrua, kia koe tō tātou nei manuhia tuarua hoki. E mihi ana kia koe, kia koutou a tātou nei kaunihira e noho nei ki mui a tātou. So just acknowledging Whakatame for his spiritual guidance he's providing for us today around the discussions that we have here in the whare before us, and the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and your Council and the kaimahi that are here. So tēnā koutou, ko tāna tūna ahau. He pōtai, maha e te o nā pōtai, tēnei pōtai I tēnei wā. Ko te reo, a māua nei reo o Waikato Tainui. So just starting off, would like to actually acknowledge the courage, the journey that we've actually had, Hamilton City Council and us as iwi Māori, mai rā no tata nei mana whenua. So our journey started and we've got to here. So if we actually look and we reflect that whole holistic journey from the beginning of our settlement here together, it's been quite a journey, and there's a journey to go. And so what I want to sort of acknowledge on my behalf, and then Vanessa's gonna also share, is the courage that it has actually taken to provide structure, a capacity and infrastructure to hear voices. And particularly in the report that's been provided by the council staff, and we've read all of that, the advice that they've actually given to the council and the council in the past triennia, that have actually had the courage to make a decision to create a mechanism and structure for voices to come through with all of our responsibilities, legislatively, ethically, morally, and the whole in that space, in that gambit. So I want to actually acknowledge the people that were sitting here in that space, to acknowledge the courage they had, because it is courage. You are all representatives of every constituent sitting out there, and so you have to be accountable to them. So I want to acknowledge them in their time, about the courage they've had, because I've had to face all of the constituents and all of our region. And so it comes to us again, to this point. We support the whakaaro and the advice given from the kaimahi to the council to consider. What we also support is beyond the 2022-25 triennia, which is really about what does that look like beyond this discussion as well. So about long-term strategic planning and actually embedding the voice or capacity or mechanism for this voice to be continued, to be considered. And that sounds pretty, it has a sound to it, to be considered. So that's what we're actually saying. From the point that we've come here with our JMA relationship, we've been sitting together to consider what might be best and voices heard, and how does that contribute to the movement and development in the future of Kirikiriroa Hamilton. For all parties that actually come to Aotearoa, that come to Hamilton, to come to Kirikiriroa, to acknowledge all of the voices, not just ours, but everyone's. The challenge and the courage that everyone has to take, and which is what we're putting out in front, is, are we considering all the voices? How are we considering all the voices? And we support the advice that's been given to the council to consider that this is an opportunity, an option to consider voices according to our responsibilities that we sit here, both morally, ethically, legislatively. So in that space, those are the key messages. Have the courage. Have the courage, because when we design what tomorrow looks like, it's better to have more voices at the table than less. When we talk about diversity, it's about diversity of voice and understanding and where we all come from. At this time, I'll pass it over to Vanessa. Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou e te whare, tautoko ngā mihi, kua mihia, ki a koe te kahui, e pola, tēnā koe, hoki ki te memo o te kaunihira o Kirikiriroa, ki a koe hoki Lance, te tumu whakarai, me koe hoki Papa Tame. Don really has said it all from the position of Waikato Tainui, but I guess for me, fully supporting the recommendation contained in the papers that you had to consider, supporting the recommendation for Mangai Maori and the role that Mangai Maori bring to the whare, but sitting inside he Paumanua Ora as well. And so when we think more broadly about that strategy for the council, supporting the directional process that has already occurred, but as Don has already mentioned, taking it beyond the current triennium, if you like. So I want to add my voice to support the recommendation in the paper, supporting also he Paumanua Ora, and supporting hardwiring investment beyond the current triennial. I want to also recognise the partnerships that the council has with Waikato Tainui through the JMA process as a mechanism to bring voices and have other perspectives to consider into the mix. Really, it's an opportunity to reflect our diversity as mana whenua and all Māori who choose to live, work, learn and play in Kirikiriroa. Many of us live outside the district or outside the city, but this is where we choose to work. This is where we choose to have our children educated. So I think about the retention of Mangai Maori and the recommendations really being a vehicle for our children, our tamariki mokopuna, our taiohi to see themselves reflected in our local constituency here at Hamilton. So that's all from me. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today and tautoko the recommendation. Kia ora.
Yep, you've still got a little bit of time, so yeah.
Cool. Kia ora, I'll wait for that. But I just sitting there, there was the courage to actually have and move on the seats of our Māori wards. And so that was also a contribution and a voice. And so we acknowledge that decision, and it's good to see those representatives that are a part of our Māori wards. And that was a decision that was also made at that council space. So the same again, and I know we'll probably be coming back to that kind of process around that, but have the courage, and we have faith in the people that we appoint in this space to bring good discussion and debate to the council. Kia ora, koe ra tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to try and move through this quickly so that we can get to this item. I have already received a proposed motion from Councillor Hamilton, and I have an amendment that we will put up everybody's recommendations and talk them through in good order when it comes to the item.
Your Worship, a question.
Sure.
I wasn't privy to the early part of the meeting, but I have understood you've turned down the right of elected members.
It was voted on you, and yeah.
Your Worship, from a procedural standpoint, I find that unbelievable. You on the occasion have always used your discretion as chair, and one of the justifications for moving to 2 minutes was that on occasion, when items were of significance, the chair would use their discretion, and on every occasion you have done that apart from today. So I'm also mindful that you've taken the opportunity as chair to unilaterally not enable us to ask questions as part of public forum, which is the first time I've ever encountered that.
No, that's not entirely true either. Just on that, that's.
Well, I'm sorry. So we were able to ask questions?
No, we've often declined questions when we've had lots of robust debate outside of the council meeting, and they would only be for clarity in any case. And everything that the presenters today have said is really clear. But in terms of the motion, Ryan didn't speak to it, but he put it. I asked people if they had any questions, and then we put it to the vote. So it was a majority decision, and it doesn't rest on me at all. So, yeah. That's my response. Thank you. Let's move on. We will now go to the confirmation of the council open minutes. I want to get through this stuff quite quickly because let's get to the substantive issue before us today. Confirmation of the minutes, I'm happy to so move. That's thank you, Councillor Wilson. All in favour, please raise your hand. That's carried. Confirmation of the briefing notes of the 22nd of March. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Second, thank you, Councillor Bitter. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. Opposed? No. Confirmation of the elected briefing minutes of the 5th of April. Mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Second, Councillor Bitter. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Chair's report is really quick. I want to get through that really quickly. It's fairly straight, self-explanatory. There's a couple of recommendations that pop out of it. Let me just speak to them in quick order, so maybe we don't spend too much time on that. Councillor Wilson has asked to be removed from the dog panel, and Councillor Donovan has kindly stepped into that space. So that's fairly straightforward. The expenditure of the 10,000 by conference of resolution for the LGNZ conference, let me just explain that. What has happened in previous years is we've decided on delegates, and it usually includes the mayor and the deputy mayor, but outside of that, there may be another delegate. We've only got a limit. Remember, we made a decision to create some money for that so that we could enable people to go to conferences by resolution. This year, thankfully, and thank you all for your huge interest in attending, because we've got a newer council, because we've got people who are taking up portfolios, whether it's young elected members, Te Maruatu, whatever, at local government New Zealand, we have a huge interest. You have your professional development money, but it wouldn't cover, it would cover, but it would, you know, disadvantage some. So the fairest way to do that is to take the $10,000 and to pro-rata it across those people wanting to come, and the rest of it would come from your professional development. That's the proposal in any case.
Worship, I have a question on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, the seat thing isn't identifying, but I am apparently seat 5.
All right, seat 5, off you go.
Thank you. Historically, my recollection is that council by resolution would send one representative, and that would often be the mayor. Have I understood you to say that, in fact, you were going to split the 10,000 evenly between all of those who want to go? Or are you having the 10,000 fund yourself, fund the deputy mayor, and then the balance, what's left, would be split, and what isn't covered would then be paid by the personal development?
Yeah, pretty much.
Could I have an understanding why we would feel it necessary to fund the ratepayer, to fund both the mayor and the deputy mayor, having in light of...
I'm not sure, let me just check with Amy, because it did change.
Sure. In light of the fact that you've all had copious amounts of experience, you've all been to local government before, and we have a significant number of new elected members who are going to have to use their own personal development to be able to attend. It seems a little bit...
It's quite understood. We used to send 2 delegates.
In the past, we have had multiple delegates go. But as for the resolution and coming out of conference by resolution fund line, that has changed multiple times over my time.
So it changed recently, in actual fact, with that sum of money being put there. Oh, look, I'm trying to achieve the same result as you, which is a fairness.
And I guess, if I may ask an additional question of governance for clarity. Can you expand on your answer in regards to the history of those who are fully covered under resolution of council versus those who have opted to, have been required to use their own personal development funding? I'm straining to remember occasion when I always thought there was a practice where new elected members had the priority.
Can you just also remind me an extra piece of information? How much is in the conference by resolution? Is it 20,000 altogether?
So conference by resolution budget, I believe, is 23,000 for this financial year. The last time that I can recall it being used was about 3 years ago. I don't remember us doing a resolution for the last 2 conferences. However, I know that the last 2 conferences were very much up in the air and swapped around because of COVID. So that's only what my memory can tell you right now.
23,000. Sorry, if I may, the 23,000, what's the available balance?
23,000. We have not had a single conference.
And that is to cover things like trap-ins and other conferences where portfolios would chairs or representatives would legitimately take those roles.
Right.
So I proposed 10, but I'm flexible.
So, Your Worship, I intend to foreshadow an amendment where all the newly elected members that, including Councillor Donovan, in the sense that he'd only been here a year prior to the new triennium, that their fees are covered. And if I can have a seconder, I'll explain the justification for that.
Yeah, can I just go into some facts around that? That probably would expend the whole budget, because conference is actually not a cheap beast, as no conference ever is, unfortunately. So we've always had it, and I've used my professional development almost exclusively for conferences since I've been in this position, and done very little professional development outside of that, which is a conversation we had at LTP, which is also a conversation we should have at LTP about sufficient resourcing for professional development and other things. So I can't recall, but I was told there's at least 6 people wanting to attend. Yeah, I think there is 6 people wanting to attend the conference. 6
total, including yourself and
exclusive. Is that including me? So just let's go. Hands up who's thinking of going to the conference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including, hang on. Oh, sorry, again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you go 7 times 3.5, you've expended. So I'm just letting you know the factual basis.
I understand, but I guess I'm not at all surprised by the fact that new elected members would want to go to the local government conference. It's a wonderful learning opportunity. I remember doing it in my first triennium. It's worthwhile. I haven't done one since. And my fear of equity is this, that the two most... Right, no, I accept that.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll foreshadow, to enable me to have a meaningful debate in this chamber.
Yeah,
clearly I'm learning that I have to do certain things. So I will foreshadow an amendment. If I can have a seconder, it will at least give me the democratic right to be able to speak in the chamber and express a viewpoint. Right? Excellent.
Can't debate twice through explaining your
Despite
motion.
trying my very best, I accept your ruling.
It was a good try. Okay, and I understand the intent. So we will, does everyone understand the two? I've explained what I was trying to achieve. Ewan's explained what he is trying to achieve.
Sorry, just for clarity, I'm wanting to fund the new elected members.
Yeah, I hear that.
So that would mean yourself and the deputy mayor would have to fund the attendance from your own personal development budget, but the elected members who are new would be funded by a resolution of council. Okay,
let's go into debate about it, because I think there'll be a question. Thanks. Yeah, clarity.
Yeah, so would this decision then prevent the mayor and deputy mayor from being able to attend? And what, I guess, are we, are there any requirements or I guess around having at least one of those positions attend the conference?
During this time, but it would severely clip my wings in terms of any other conference I might attend in council. I am the voting delegate. I am the voice piece of this council under your guidance.
I'll move an amendment to my motion that I'll include the new elected members and the mayor, and that will negate that.
Okay, so let's go into debate and see where you land with that.
Sorry, another question. So then is it viable that it's just, yeah, I mean, sorry, this is...
It's quite normal to have 2 delegates at the AGM, but and across the business. But we can put that in debate, I think, Sarah, and hopefully.
Just a question, Paula. Surely one of the other newly elected councillors, such as Councillor Donovan, could be a delegate.
Well, everybody can go attend the AGM. Yeah. Let's get into the debate, because I don't think this is going to be resolved any other way. I'm the mover and you're the amendment, so I'll speak first. And why I have done this is about equity. The actual quantum of the 10,000, whether we upped it to 15, given the huge number of people who want to attend. And look, I'm so pleased that all of you have shown the interest in your professional development and becoming part of the local government community by going to the conference. I think that's excellent, so thank you very much. I'm going to speak in support of Angela receiving some support to attend this, because she is the chair of Zone 2, because she will be involved in numerous business activities down in Christchurch on our behalf that come with the role of being the Zone 2 chairperson. I know from experience there are a lot of groups that occur. There's the formal conference agenda, and then there are a lot of business that occurs in other forums, including, as I've said, Zone 2, under which sits the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs and other responsibilities that I think having Deputy Mayor there is an incredibly important aspect of going to this year's conference. So I'm going to stick with mine. The $10,000 split was, and Angela, I'm more than happy for her to have a pro rata amount too, but she needs to be supported to go. The $10,000 was an effort to make sure that you didn't expend all your professional development just by attending the one conference. Having said that, there has been no time in the history that I've been on this council that most councillors have used their full entitlement of professional development. You have a lot more than the $2,000 that we used to have. You've got $6,000 now, which is a reasonably goodly amount. What we do also know, however, is that conferences are becoming more and more expensive as well. Nothing I can do about that. So look, please support my recommendation that we'll see some fairness and equity spread across the new members, but support myself and Angela in attending the conference and doing the formal work that we have to do there. That's me. Ewan, you're next.
Thank you. I have always supported the Mayor, or at least a senior councillor, to attend the local government conference to enable us to participate in the formal aspect of placing our vote. And the normal process is the Mayor will circulate the issues that are to be voted on, and council then empowers the representative to cast the vote. It has not and does not require 2 members of council to attend the formal function at local government to cast our vote, because they're casting it on our behalf. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I have always felt that new entrants into local government should have access to the very best opportunities. And we know with the rapid increase in costings for these conferences that the $6,000 personal development that you get for 3 years, for each financial year, will quickly disappear. And it seems an unfair balance where the 2 senior council members with the highest salaries are asking the ratepayer to fund their attendance, and saying to the new elected members, of most of which are on $80,000 a year, oh, well, you'll have to front up and use your personal development to go to the one local government conference, which is at the heart of what you do. And so that's why I feel there is an inequity, and that's why I feel that, in fact, we should be looking after the newly elected members. The Mayor can still go as our city's representative. She's funded. And I remind everybody that if you're really in the pursuit of equity, my suggestion, the amendment, is more equitable.
Councillor Thompson.
Right. This, I think this is an extremely awkward situation suddenly for a lot of people, having to either vote for deciding, I guess, how much personal development their colleagues are getting. So, but I think that there is good rationale in terms of having our Mayor actually attend the conference, because I think that's important in terms of relationships and relationship building. There are ministers there. There are also other mayors around the country who we often work with. And also our Deputy Mayor actually puts in a huge amount of work outside of general commitments to council to be chairing Zone 2, and again has a critical role in LGNZ. I've actually never been to one of these conferences. Family and COVID and everything has always been a barrier. But it's great to see so many new elected members going. I have to say, though, $6,000 in PD is pretty decent, and I've never used it myself in 1 year. So look, it's a really awkward position because at the same time, I'd love to. Yeah, it's a very conflicting position to be in, but I will support the original recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you, Councillor Ewan, for caring about the newly elected members. I am not attending the conference, but if it's possible, I would be happy to donate half my personal development to other new councillors to help support them going.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you. Look, I'll be supporting Councillor Wilson's amendment because I do think it's fairer. And I must admit, when I saw the report, I did raise my eyebrows. I thought, I just thought to myself, wasn't a great look for the council's two most senior and well-paid elected members getting essentially a free ride. And Councillor...
Respectful language.
Yeah, it did look a very cosy arrangement for the mayor and deputy mayor, I must say.
Respectful language.
I am focusing on the point.
Cozy.
I am focusing on the point.
You don't need to personalise it.
As Councillor Wilson says, I think the local government conference, certainly not my cup of tea, but it is very important for new elected members to go to, and we should be encouraging that rather than basically asking them to fund it out of their own quantum. And in fact, there is some money being spent on personal development. I'm aware of councillors who are doing the resource management training. That's not cheap. So I'm just very surprised to see this recommendation, and I'm glad Councillor Wilson has put up a fairer alternative. Thank you.
Kia ora. I thought as a newly elected member who was intending to go to conference, it might be perhaps pertinent to have that perspective represented. I would like to wholeheartedly and earnestly thank my colleagues for their earnest care and attention to what it's like to be a new councillor. I really appreciate that, and I want to stress that I truly mean that. However, for me, the decision or the desire to go to conference was in part due to the attendance of both the mayor and the deputy mayor. I appreciate that Mayor Paula's role is very demanding, and I think that Deputy Mayor Angela has done a lot of work to support new members in terms of mentorship and in terms of advice, and I certainly would be worse off at conference without her direction and her ability to tell me which is the better afternoon session to go to, I'm sure. So for me, I have no qualms with what the recommendation was. I'm certainly happy to use my own personal development to fund any difference, and I just wanted to make sure that that perspective was shared because it wasn't asked of us new elected members before the motion was put. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I get right to reply. I just want to say a couple of things. I also appreciate Deputy Mayor Angela's role in supporting my office, and picking up the Zone 2 role has been a real forward step for Hamilton City. We worked very hard to get Angela into that role, and she's doing a fantastic job. I do know that at conference there will be meetings of all the zone chairs as they are seeking to strengthen the relationship between each other, and they come together in that one place. So I think that's really, really important. I think we need to be careful in council of throwing stones when we really need to support each other in the work that we're doing. I think actually the comment on salary was an unfortunate and irrelevant red herring to be honest, that is related to the functions that we have at council. We've got nothing to do with the professional development. Like Andrew, I'm open to, and I've often wondered how we can do this, and we've discussed it before, transferring some unused money to other people, especially towards the end of the year, to allow that money to be properly expended. Ewan, you may well be required to attend economic development forums in due course, and whether having done your commissioner training you have sufficient in your budget, I'd like to think that we would be collegial in allowing you to do your business, and that's where it comes down to. Anyone who's here with a portfolio of interest could be required, whether it's strategic growth, the Building Nations Conference, a whole lot of really important things. There's a finance one in the year. There's lots of space, cash in your portfolio for you to attend, and I'd like to think that we would go to that conference by delegation budget to help you get there. So hopefully it comes swings and roundabouts, if you know what I mean. And I'd just make one point that the commissioner training is funded through professional development. It's a great piece of work, and I'm so grateful to those who've undertaken the training. Good on you. But you now are in the privileged position of getting paid extra to do that extra work as well. So on that basis, we'll go to the vote. Thank you. And we'll go to the amendment first, please, on the board if we can. Amendment, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, mine's saying there is no vote.
Is there something wrong with Ewan's card?
Shoved it in.
Do you want to go by hands this time? Take yours out, Sarah, and restart. Technology, we love it. We're going to go by hands off. Okay, all those for the amendment, sorry, someone want me, please raise your hand. For the amendment.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry. That is Councillor Wilson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Bidder and Councillor Donovan. Those dissenting? The amendment is lost.
We'll go to the substantive motion now. All those in favour of the substantive motion, please raise your hands.
That is Mayor Southgate, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Naidu Ralph, Councillor Pike, Tauriki Bidder, Casey Cox, Hoaki, Hamilton, Van Oosten, Hutt and Deputy Mayor O'Leary. And dissenting.
Those against, please. There's 3. Thank you.
The motion is carried.
Thank you, everyone. I know that we're only just into it, but I actually do desperately need a comfort moment. And so what we will take is a 5-minute, get yourself a drink, a cup of tea to get through the next item without having to stop halfway through. That was my preference. So we're adjourned for 5. Sorry, apologies. Sorry, if we can just wend our way back. There was a, you know, such is the complex world of politics where conversations occur, very important conversations, of course, but sometimes that takes time. So I apologise for that. Just in respect to the next item, before we go there though, there's a very important thing that I've missed today. Well, sort of, and that is to say, Rā whānau kia koe, rā whānau kia koe, rā whānau de moko, rā whānau kia koe moko. But wait, there's more. Oh, it's coming. Hang on, Angela's got something. And many more.
Got a speech though.
May the fourth be with you, Moko.
I'll save my speech.
Where's Angela gone? She's gone.
To retrieve the prize.
Are you going to share?
It's my birthday, not your birthday. Thank you very much, Whānau.
Oh, you're welcome. And since you're baking a cake, we baked one for you.
Personal budget on behalf of my team.
All right, thank you, everyone. Now we will go on to item 9, and we will start with the staff report, just so that you know, as it currently sits, and things are movable, because obviously we remain open-minded as the questions get raised and the debate happens. But there is a motion that, right, and you will see all 3 once we've had the staff report. So let's just be confident that you will see everybody's position, and we can work together to get a result that we're all, that most of us are happy with. So there's a motion by Councillor Ryan that, no, yours was a motion that came in before mine.
Said it was a motion.
No.
Came in this morning by email.
Yeah, but I hadn't put it.
Well, I haven't put mine.
Oh, okay. So yours is the amendment, mine's the motion, which I may or may not withdraw at this point in time because of the seconder. But it just sets out the thinking. So let's get that. And then there is a foreshadowed amendment, which is the staff recommendation at the moment, but I understand some members are considering a small change to that, maybe potentially. But let's go to the staff report. Let's go through that. Yes.
In light of the number of amendments or shadowed amendments, it reflects the intensity of this particular issue. I again respectfully ask you to consider using your discretion as chair. Yes,
usually I've discussed it with
standing orders. I can actually give you the standing order if you like. I'm sure governments will give independent.
To be honest, it's not
advice.
Something I want to create dispute or division over. It's a minute of time in debate.
That's right. So one would have 60 seconds.
I think we've had lots of debate and discussion on this, and most people won't need to use that therefore. But do I get the discretion to say that? Because usually I've canvassed it well with the room before I put it up. Anyway, let's come back to it. Let's start with the staff report. Can we hold that space? And I'll come back to you. I honestly don't have a massive issue with it. I'm not going to.
Sorry, Andy, were you able
stand again? Yes. Tell me, what can I do?
General rules of debate does include the chairperson may exercise discretion for any procedural matters such as.
All right, well, much to the chagrin of Sminny, I'm just going to say let's go with the 3 minutes. If you don't need your 3 minutes to make the debate that long, don't use it. All right, there you go. Let's get into the substantive work now. Thank you, staff.
Morena ki a tātou, suatahi mihi ana ki a koe he tapāpai e tame nau nei whakarite i tā tātou hui i tēnei rangi, i runga i te tikami te pono me te karakia ki te rongarawa no reire mihi ana. Ka tira ki o koutou ngā reo, ko puta mai i tēnei rangi, ngā reo ngā hapu, te reo o mātāwaka, te reo o Waikato tainui nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou, e whakapāo honei o koutou whakaro ki te whare nei. O tira ki a tātou, e te manu kāhui e pōla, huri noi te tēpu, ngā mema pōti o te kauniehera o Kirikiriro, nei rā te mihi atu ki a tātou. Good morning, councillors. Mish and I are here to speak to item 9 and take any questions on the report. The report asks council to receive the report with a recommendation that Mangai Maori continues for the term 2022 to 2025 and supports option 1, which is on page 3 of the report. 3 Mangai Maori appointed to key committees. So those are the recommendations that we're happy, Mish and I are happy to take questions on this morning.
New glasses, so I have to do this whole focus thing. So bear with me if I look a bit weird like that. I think it's Captain Hamilton. It's Councillor Hamilton. That's one.
Well, thanks for that introduction. Or Lance calls me Gov. Thanks, Mona, for your report, and Mish. Just a quick couple of questions around the finances. With all the options that you outline, I couldn't see any corresponding cost allocations to them. Are you able to speak to, I guess in particular, you've got the overall remuneration, 203,000. Is that for your staff recommendation?
The budget that's been identified there is a budget that's allocated under the current annual plan and what we've proposed in the annual plan going forward. My assumption at the moment is that we would be looking to work within that budget, but we haven't allocated funding specifically at this point.
Okay, thank you. So for the 6 months of this triennium that's transpired, some of that would be a cost saving effectively?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all for now.
Hamilton, Councillor Hart.
I was wondering, in terms of the list of committees that were suggested, I was just wondering if you could talk to the process to arrive on those 3 committees.
Yeah. So those are the discussions that we will have with if Mangai Maori continues in this term, that we will go back to the iwi, go back to Mātāwaka and Hapu to have the discussion around where the Mangai Maori will be placed. Was that your question, Louise?
Well, there's in the staff recommendation, 3 Mangai Maori roles appointed to the following committees of council: infrastructure and transport, strategic growth and district plan, community and natural environment. So I was just wondering about the process to identify those 3 committees as opposed to other committees of council.
Using in that, if we vote today for those specific 3 committees, and that is the committees that they sit on, and then there is, like you say, there's no further step to go back to our Māori partners to determine which committees are preferred or which roles are preferred, isn't it? Because we will have embedded those committees.
I think in the corridor we've had over time is that the discussion came through, and the word that I have in my head is focus, and actually to be able to get some focus of the, we all have limited resources, and it's actually focusing Mangai on probably the key committees that make the key strategic decisions for the city. So that's my recollection of the discussions that we've had over the last 3 or 4 months.
Okay, cool. Question? You look us a little bit up.
I mean, I guess I've heard from public forum that there has been a agreement around the staff recommendation, which includes those 3. But I was just wondering if there had been like a discussion with the with our stakeholders who will appoint those Mangai to those committees, that there was agreement there in a process for those committees. like as opposed to choosing something else.
Yeah, the first meeting. You're correct, Councillor Hunt, that we have had those discussions with our partners, but for the purposes of this report, those were the key committees that they landed on.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Filters through that doesn't, you've got another question on that, Louise, come back.
It's fine, yeah.
Because I think we're all percolating a lot of pieces. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. The first question, could you explain to me how the remuneration worked in the last triennium in regards to things like, were they paid a flat fee? Was it a per meeting attendance?
I am working off recollection here. It was the agreements with individual Mangai Maori had an estimate of the amount of work that was involved with attending the committees that they were appointed to. So they got a flat fee, but it was on the basis that they would attend a committee meeting, and the committee meetings were generally X number of hours with X amount of preparation time before the meeting.
Thank you. What analysis, if any, was done as to attendance?
We record attendance for all of our meetings, but I can't say off the top of my head what that was for Mangai.
So am I correct in understanding, although we paid a flat fee, it was on the basis of meeting attendance, but we had no process that you're aware of actually checking that there was attendance, but we paid anyway? I'm just...
No, we didn't pay anyway, I don't believe.
All right, let me rephrase the question.
For you.
But since we paid them a flat fee, you're saying that that wasn't on the basis of attendance?
If they were apologies for the meeting, I think that was recorded. Councillor, I'm very happy to answer your question, but I'm not sure that I can do it off the top of my head. I'll have to ask one of the team to have a look and come back to you. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. My next question is to try to dig deeper into the reasoning for Mangai Maori in light of Maori wards, our legislative requirements to engage with Mangai Maori, our co-governance committee. These are all current mechanisms, and po manawa ora, which is an overarching policy that places even more obligation on council. In light of those four limbs of representation and engagement, why is it necessary for this fifth level of representation?
So the Local Government Act sets out an obligation on councils, and that is to provide mechanisms to allow for Māori participation in decision making. And that is supposed to be a reflection of the Crown's obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
Mm-hmm.
That is all that the legislation really says. There's principles around local government and other things, but I won't go into that today. So effectively, the obligation is to provide mechanisms, and we have provided in the report a link to an overview of the current framework that we have for engaging with Māori. And that's really the only advice that I can give you. How council facilitates Māori participation in decision making is otherwise entirely up to the council to decide.
Right. So there's no legal obligation and there's no definition under the legislation as to what form that would take.
No, there isn't, and you'll see if you look around councils across the country that following engagement with mana whenua and iwi that they will adopt different models.
Thank you. So prior to, say, the introduction of the co-governance committee, prior to the introduction of Pou Manawa Ora, and prior to the introduction of either Mangai Maori or Maori wards, was council acting ultra vires under the overarching legislation? Was it not meeting its legal obligations under the legislation? Sure. There is debate about what qualifies for us meeting our obligations under the legislation. We're not a partner to the treaty, but the Crown is. The Crown creates the legislation. We have to follow the legislation. So that's in the RMA, the Local Government Act, and it requires us to engage with mana whenua. And it doesn't say what engagement that is. So my quick question was, we've done a lot to improve that engagement over the last 3 to 4 years. I'm asking prior to that, prior to the introduction of each of these things that we've put in, were we not meeting our obligation under legislation?
I don't know that I can answer that question directly, Councillor. The council of the time would have made its own decision that it was or wasn't meeting its obligations under the LGA. The only way to have tested that would have been something like a judicial review of the council's position.
Right. Okay. Final question. Until we get the information regarding the previous triennium and what we paid versus the hours attended. Just so I'm really clear, you feel to enable mana whenua voice, we need to have both our current obligations under legislation, which requires us to engage. We need to continue the co-governance committee. We need to continue implementing Pou Manawa Ora and all of the obligations that undertakes. We need to continue with Maori wards, and to ensure we are engaging with Maori, we need to add this additional level of the continuation of Mangai Maori, which was originally introduced as an alternative to Maori wards. So can I just clearly get an understanding from you that that is absolutely required?
I think in terms of the co-governance arrangement and relationship that we have with the tribe, that's by legislation, and that's set around our duties and responsibilities to the awa. So that's set by legislation. So I don't think either party has a choice in that matter. I think he Pou Manawa Ora, I think that's a strategic overarching strategy that council adopted. So no, they don't need to continue that strategy. In terms of our Māori elected members, they're in place for 2 terms. So it comes back to council to make a decision whether the elected Māori ward seats continue thereafter. So simple question, no, it doesn't need to continue. So those are set by legislation. So if that answers your question, Ewan.
Yeah, just one further question, if I could, stemming from your answer. The co-governance structure and its legislative parameters, am I understanding you to say that is in regards to the water?
Yes, so the JMA...
So on that point, so the co-governance committee that is currently in play, its terms of reference is limited to our statutory obligations in regards to the water. And I think that's come from a settlement.
Yes, that's correct.
So why would the terms of reference of the current co-governance have a much wider area of influence?
If I can answer that was something that was promoted by staff to the co-governance because it was felt that the iwi voice in terms of social needs and outcomes in the city weren't being voiced anywhere. So the extension of the terms of reference for that committee was agreed to by both parties, that other matters outside our responsibilities to the awa could be tabled and discussed.
Sure. So thank you, if I may. So in light of your answer to me, the co-governance was as a result of a statutory obligation with the ORA. Is it fairer to say, in principle, but we've taken a much broader interpretation?
Yes, it's fair to say, but I would hesitate to add that that was in the spirit of partnership.
Right, as was Maori Wards, Paumanawa Ora.
It wasn't, yeah, I would challenge that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the partners had the opportunity to speak to Māori wards, but I think the decision sat with council, that they weren't involved directly in making the decision around Māori wards. They had input to the decision, but had no influence. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, Ewan.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Paragraph 14, which is also repeated in the executive summary, paragraph 4, referring to the council's obligations under the Local Government Act. The text here says, includes a responsibility to foster the development of Maori capacity to contribute to local decision making. Isn't the wording in the Local Government Act section 4 a little bit different in that it says that we must facilitate participation by Maori in local authority decision making processes?
So the wording in the LGA is as you've said.
Yes.
I suppose the purpose of the LGA overall is to try and facilitate a partnership in this space. But you're correct, yes.
Thank you. We heard this morning a lot about Voices for Maori, and all elected members have ears to listen to Mangai Maori. Can you clarify the voting rights of Mangai Maori for each of the options in the status quo, please?
So for each of the options, so the option 1 assumes voting rights at each of the committees of the full council. The second option, we didn't go into specific details, but I think the view was to have them attend committees as they felt they needed to in an advisory capacity. Does that make sense?
Partly in that I think it is important to my understanding of those options to understand the voting rights in them.
The status quo is they have the same voting rights as elected members on their committee. Option 1 is the same in terms of the voting rights. Option 2 is a little bit different. They would act as advisors to the committees and may not have a voting right. And option 3 will,
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
O'Leary.
Thank you. Mona,
In terms of LTP and annual plan, those sit under the work of council in terms of, I'm thinking about portfolios, and same with He Pomanawa Ora and climate change. And when we had that really helpful workshop the other day that some of us were at, we talked about, iwi said that those particular things are quite important to them. So with a staff recommendation, it feels a little narrow in that aspect. So how would that process happen? Because at the moment, as I said, council sits. Some of the important things iwi identified with us at the workshop don't sit in these three committees.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thanks, Julie.
Maybe I can help answer that.
Cool.
In reflection of the discussions we've had.
Yeah.
How we form our long-term plan going forward is a process of discussions and workshops, and of course we would be able to invite our Mangai Maori to those. In terms of the decision making, though, it is a decision that's made at council. Also thinking about as projects are discussed and reflected on and put forward for budget, that comes through our committees generally. So that's where we feel a lot of the, important place of seeking views, understanding views is at that committee level. That's where the hard work's done. And so that's why we, really keen that the Mangai, and the option that the Mangai Maori had the opportunity to participate in those discussions, so formative discussions. In terms of He Pomanawa and climate change, so if I just talk about climate change first, climate change, we have a strategy in place, and now we are working on the hard work of actually implementing that strategy. And again, that will be delivered through the decisions that are made at committee levels. So if we're talking about reducing our emissions, of course it falls mainly to your committee, infrastructure ops, what we do in that space. And in terms of He Pomanawa, the hard work we do, again, will be at that level of the committees. So does that help clarify? Yes, it does. But when we're starting talking about embedding that in the organisation, that will be done at that. Yeah, it will be seen in the work we do in our projects that are monitored by the committees.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Julie. And so just one clarification, Muna, you said that we've spoken to iwi about these three committees. Was that, were you referring to when we were in that workshop, or because I know that Tainui was going away and they were having a board meeting on that following Friday, I think it was?
So that was based on the previous discussions we had with them. So we have had no feedback as to as a follow up from that hui from Waikato Tainui.
We have, or we haven't.
We haven't from that particular hui. So
right.
So we've just noted the status quo from discussions we have had with them.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Kia ora, Michelle. Hey, what decision-making functions or rights did Māori, iwi, mātā waka have prior to the introduction in council, prior to the introduction of Mangai Maori?
I wasn't working for council at the time, so
Muna?
I don't know. Muna, you're probably
what decision-making functions did Māori have in decision-making prior to the introduction of Mangai Maori?
To clarify, you're talking about formal voting decision-making,
formal
not
voting
influence in deciding on strategies.
Voting.
In my time at council, prior to Mangai Maori and elected members, none at a governance level.
Elected publicly?
No,
Yeah, they're elected publicly.
Yeah, sorry, Ryan, you missed part of my question, which is around iwi and mātā waka. So that relationship is held quite uniquely outside of Māori councillors.
which is in terms of formal voting prior to the 2 Māori seats at the table, which you have a view on that, and prior to Mangai, or even there was no formal voting by Māori at council, yeah? Muna? Anyone? That's correct.
Yeah,
Thank you. So
couple.
Chief Exec, thank you.
There are, prior to the last election, there were 5 Mangai Maori who had voting rights on the subcommittees.
Correct.
Correct. The staff recommendation will bring down the voting rights to 3 people on subcommittees. Those mentioned subcommittees.
Are you referring to option 1 or the
Option
options?
1, staff recommendation, option 1.
Bring down the voting rights?
Yep.
No.
No?
No.
So they'll still be able to participate in voting. Ka pai. Mangai Maori will continue to participate in informing, and I think I heard this from Julie, the long-term plan.
Yes, that's right.
External of council, yes.
Clarification there, Julie. Long-term plan sits under council meetings,
Yeah.
full stop, and all the workshops are run by council under my chairmanship.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So at the moment, where is it explicit that there is extra resource for them to do 3 committees plus that? Because I don't see it in any recommendation that's before us today.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Paula. Maybe if I clarify, what we are envisaging in the long-term plan process is that there will be opportunity for people to put forward their views on what's being suggested. That will come through a range of workshops that we're currently holding, like yesterday's workshop, and I had envisaged that workshops were going to be something that were available for Mangai to attend.
Is it about that? That's a matter of detail we haven't landed, right?
That's correct.
So we need to think about that.
But as a matter of process, Your Worship,
Yeah, so we'll come to that when we talk about the
yes, we have
recommendations. and what-
the ability for Mangai to participate in those processes and conversations are not restricted, and it does not need to be restricted.
What I'm saying is there's no clarity about that. It's going to be quite hard.
I think there's no clarity on a whole host of items in here, and I think that the staff recommendation is very clear about getting this process sorted.
Okay, you're getting into debate now, with all due respect. Any further questions for clarity or understanding? And then we will allow for this debate.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. Thank you, Muna. Thank you, Michelle, for your responses. I appreciate your responses that you've given. Kilda.
Very strongly about this, and we're actually all trying to pull for a good outcome. So the questions are the questions at this point, so that we all understand exactly what's before us. When the recommendations get up, we'll have questions for clarity about each recommendation, so you understand everything that's before you, and then debate is debate. So cool. I think I've got Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Mona, for the report. In the consultation process and review of Mangai, there were a number of hui that councillors and mana whenua were present at. I think of the all of council hui, although that might not necessarily relate directly to Mangai, but certainly the views of mana whenua were presented at that. Also through our JMA discussions and a workshop jointly held with elected members and Māori partners. Yeah, there is a question coming. A number of key ideas of focus
Point of order.
You do need to get and without the long preamble, please. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
So a number of key ideas or focuses were identified through all of that hui, and my question is that
point of order. That the member is continuing to disregard the rule of the chair and her behaviour is breaching the code of conduct. She's been told twice now to ask a question, not a narrative, and she's refusing to listen to your ruling.
Thank you. What I will say, councillors, is that this is an issue of high importance to everyone, and motions do run high in this. Please come with your questions, because I can assure you that we will have time to make sure everyone's concerns are addressed and that you have full debate once we understand. So please go straight to the question without preamble. And that doesn't just, because that's not the first time it's happened in this room. So everyone needs to stick to the questions at this point in time. Thanks, Maxine.
So with that in mind, Mona, do you believe that the committees that you've identified in B of the recommendation would be able to allow the aspirations of mana whenua to be enabled?
Based on the presentations from each of the groups, at this moment, yes.
And we've heard that from Julie that there'll be the opportunity to attend discussions and what else did you call it, workshops through the process of the long-term plan. Do you believe that also through that committee influence, those ideas can bubble up into that long-term plan actions?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Maxine. Councillor Naidu-Rowe. Thank you.
Just trying to get my head around lots of information, so I apologise for my ignorance. Our current Māori ward councillors, which groups are they linked to? You know, is it Tainui? Is it Mātāwaka? Is it, you know, do we know? Or like, who do they represent, or who do they draw?
Madam Chair,
can you
a question that is invoking the position of a Māori ward councillor, and I'm quite happy to answer that question.
No,
it wasn't a point of order. It wasn't a point of order, Madam Chair. I'd like to answer the question.
If he could, if that's allowed. I'm just trying to work out where, you know, the gaps are. So I wanted to know our current Māori ward councillors, who are amazing, and which Māori groups do they represent or come from? Is it Tainui? Is it Mātāwaka? Is it?
It actually come from both of those things. Come from many iwi, right down to the east coast, right over to Maniapoto, to Ngāti Mahanga, whakapapa tonu ake nei au ki Fiji hoki, from Tāwahi over to my relations in Fiji, the best sevens team in the world. But the iwi and Mātāwaka, we are not appointed by them to these roles. We are appointed at large via a democratic process. And so the Te Tiriti partnership that rests with this organisation, with Te Kaunihera o Kirikiriroa, rests exclusively with Waikato Tainui, Turunanga o Kirikiriroa. That's the relationship. And so we don't speak on their behalf.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't been given that mandate.
All right, cool, thank you. Next question around resourcing, because that was raised in public forum as well, and we're all well aware of our resourcing constraints. So has staff had any discussion with the likes of Tainui or Te Runanga around co-funding or contributing to funding the Mangai Maori roles? I mean, if that's what they're asking for. No. Would that be something we could explore or not?
We can certainly ask the question.
Okay. And the options in the report, because I didn't quite get the voting versus advisory, it wasn't very clear. So the recommendation, option 1 is for voting rights. Option 2 was advisory, in an advisory capacity. I just want to understand why you're recommending voting rights versus advisory roles. Is there, what's the justification for that?
So the reasoning is in the report, which is essentially that it's consistent with the views of Mātāwaka and Mana Whenua and iwi, and it's consistent with He Po Manawa Order and the outcomes that the council is trying to seek under that strategy. But and I think as staff and as professionals who want to put forward a recommendation to you, but essentially there's the entire decision as to what you do sits with council, and whether there are voting rights or not is something that the council will need to decide.
So if you look at the points in clause 24 and 25 of the report, the advice of the staff is that the recommendations that have been put forward would better deliver that than any of the other options.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I'm just quite cognizant that we've heard a clear mandate from Public Forum, but at the same time, a lot of council's work might change in the next 12 to 3 years in terms of the change of structure of water entities, etc. So I'm just wondering if there was a desire to ever change the 3 committees listed as the ones that Mangai will sit on, what would be the process if there was a desire for that ever come up?
So under the kāwenata, there is a process that's outlined if there were changes required to the Mangai structure that was put in place for that term. So there is clauses within the kāwenata to enable that to happen.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Is the proposal of reducing the number of Mangai Maori, as is put forward in some of the options today, given with the intention that the reduced numbers will mean that they'll be further enabled to offer a more fuller discussion and participation in council? And given this fuller contribution by appointing a reduced number, if that were to be accepted, would, in your opinion, that representation be any lesser for this?
Sorry,
you didn't quite understand that.
The last question,
Would a reduced number mean a lesser representation from Mangai? Would they be less represented, or heard?
I would say no. I mean, the Mangai Maori, the voices for iwi, Mātāwaka and Hapu will still be represented despite the number of Mangai that are in place. So whether it's 5, 3, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. In terms of getting the best value from the resource of Mangai Maori, whether it's free or where it lands, can you describe to me the process? With the staff's recommendation, I'm right in suggesting that the 3 committees would be decided on this day, right here, right now, those 3 committees, right? If we go with the staff recommendation. And then what's the gap? The gap is around how they engage with LTP or strategy or policy or plan development, isn't it? How they do that? Because it's not, can you tell me what the process is? Are we going to go back and partner with our Māori partners to work that out?
So, Mayor Southgate, what we have in Part B of the recommendation is the suggestion that Mangai are to attend workshops and briefings that align to their committees. So that, and maybe that's a step that we hadn't clarified, is that, yes, but if their committees, the work on their committees will be discussed as part of a long-term plan discussion as well. So that's an apology for my making that step and not making that clear. We already do a lot of work with our partners informing stuff that comes to committees, as you must be aware, at a staff level, but not at a... So the option for them to attend the workshops and the briefings would provide that opportunity for the elected members to be involved in that conversation.
Some improvements could be made to that recommendation to be more explicit about that?
Yes, we could definitely change that wording.
Okay, so let's think about that. Just hold that gently for now. But in terms of I heard some people in the public forum talk of, we need to work this out, better ways of doing. We support what you're proposing, but we think there can be improvements. I think that was pretty clear in the public forum. So is there a step between us putting the final full stop on the arrangement in which we go back to the partners, we agree to continue with the representation, but we go back to the partners and say, hey, what does the best arrangement of that resource look like to you? Is there currently something that provides for that?
Yes, Mayor Paula, the agreement provides us to work. So, Mona, would you like to talk to that?
Yep.
So either which way you're saying, no matter which resolution comes out today, we will be going back.
Yep.
We will expressly be going back to our partners to work out the detail of how this works best.
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
So that's my understanding, Mayor Paula. After the decision today, that it is the duty and responsibility of both the Mayor and the CEO to then meet with the partners to confirm the final structure.
So to what extent does the decision we make become final today then at all? If we're going back to them with the final structure. For example, if Māori decided, hey, we really see huge benefit of having someone sit on the Economic Development Committee as opposed to, I'm just suggesting something, or the Finance Committee as opposed to Community Committee. I don't really know if this is the case because we haven't had that discussion. Can that happen at that point when we've made a motion that pins them to those committees?
Maybe, Mayor Paula, to clarify, as you've pointed out, the staff recommendation does pin to those three committees. The next level of detail about the appointment or the nomination from our partners to who those people are is the next set of detail I think that Mona is sort of speaking to in terms of working that final bit of detail out. So we're saying how the motion's structured at the moment is that it suggests that council makes a firm decision and then that gives our partners some direction to go away and work on the process of nomination and how that would work.
In terms of the three options that currently went out, which was abolish the Mangai Maori, have three, have one or two across all the business. Apart from that, did we? What process was in place to sit down with Māori partners and say, what do you feel is the best arrangement? Outside of the three ones that we popped up, was there any discussion about alternatives or other ways of doing business?
I think reflecting, and Mona, please jump in here. I think post, as part of the review of the previous triennial arrangement, that was a point where a lot of information was gathered about reflection. But Mona, would you like to add to that?
So in the discussions that we've had with our partners, it was about providing counsel through Mangai Maori, experienced, knowledgeable voices, whether from an iwi point of view, from a mātāwaka point of view, or from a hapu point of view. So bringing those expert voices to the table to support the council decision-making processes. So at this particular point, I guess the discussion had been held with our partners around, committees of interest where they saw best values.
suggestions from them, or were they suggested down and given that, okay, we agree kind of treatment?
Yeah, so they kind of went through a basic selection process based on the confirmed structure of council around their committees. So they had to do some homework around understanding what was because they're a little bit different from previous committees. So they had to do their homework, and I guess they viewed that these three particular committees, in terms of adding strategic value and voice to those committees, these were the big committees, if you like. Not to say that they couldn't add value to the other committees, but if through the review process that it was a resource where, a limited resource that was available to them to fully participate in the discussions, then, I think having three Mangai enabled them to participate in briefings and things like that, as opposed to just council meetings. Does it?
So through staff, can I ask for some clarity? So I don't see D. I notice it and it talks about the kawanata, but I don't see D as an enabler to decide how the resource gets best used, because I see that the decision will commit us to three committees. So I'm just I'll come to it in my debate, but looking for clarity in D around how we deal with the things that don't sit in those three committees directly.
So what we didn't provide in the other two terms was resource for them to attend briefings or anything. So that's kind of the thinking.
So you're saying that 5 will become 3, and therefore 3 will be the committees, and the 2 that would have been on committees that resource would be diverted for them to do a little bit of extra work.
Yep.
But we're not being clear about what that little bit of extra work is at this point.
At this point, yep.
All right, I think that's me. Councillor Hutt, yeah.
Point D notes the kawanata will be updated to reflect the reviewed Mangai Maori roles in conjunction with representatives from council, etc., etc. I'm just wondering is it that in conjunction that you were uncomfortable about?
The way I read that at the moment is the overarching agreement will reflect the decision made today in conjunction with, but it doesn't expressly talk about any priorities or actions outside of those three committees. That's my concern, which has been my concern when we had conversations yesterday.
Okay.
So I don't know what the solution to that is, but I'm open to advice as staff. Lance, anybody got a thought on that?
Mayor Paula, can I maybe add a point of clarification? Mangai, of course, are not available to sit at the council table because that is elected representation. So it'll be making sure that we clarify point B in the resolution. So it would include workshops of interest as well as workshops related to their committee.
Assuming, therefore, we have a broad discussion with our Māori partners about exactly what work we agree to do together.
We just add a bit to C at the end and other relevant matters.
Yeah, well, we're going to move now into the phase after the questions of getting the 3 recommendations up, which we'll...
For the answer to my question, do we have a time frame? Because it goes to the heart of what's happened in the past.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just going to find out. And then what I do want, because we're talking in generalities around the report, but I think seeing the 3 positions, because to be quite honest, I think there is some convergence of views, and quite a lot between a number of the motions, and I just want us to understand what's on the table and what we're trying to do so we can land on the right thing. But Mish,
I do have an answer.
Brilliant, thank you.
Councillor Watson. So the agreements are set up to assume attendance at a number of meetings, the time required to prepare for those meetings. They would invoice on a quarterly basis. If they didn't attend a meeting or if they attended in part, then they would adjust their invoices basically on a pro rata basis.
Right. And did we get an understanding of how many adjustments? I'm trying to understand whether or not there was full participation. So did we get an indication from accounts of how many times invoices were adjusted, and did they match the attendance record?
So the governance team would check invoices that come in. We would hold a record of attendance at council and committee meetings. In terms of people's time preparing for a meeting, as opposed with anyone, you simply have to accept that that is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Attendance was on the whole pretty good. Sometimes attendance in part, but I would say that for the time and resource that was allocated to the Mangai at the time, that it was well used and they participated fully, as far as one can say from not actually being the individual themselves sitting at the table.
And having formed that position, which you've just articulated, on what financial analysis was that based on? So, for example, did you analyse what we paid out versus what adjustments were made? How did you land on that advice?
Going outside of good faith questioning.
I guess the point that's being made here, Ewan, is you're questioning things that we don't, scrutiny that we don't apply to councillors at this point in time.
Thank you for raising the question. Of course, the point would be they're not councillors. The point would be that they were entered into an agreement where we were to remunerate based on preparation and participation. And it is nonsensical and churlish to suggest by simply asking for a robust analysis of that is...
Look, we'll finish this line of questioning, but actually I think unless you've got something fundamentally new, you're going down an extreme line of questioning. The question has been answered by Mish, in my opinion. So is there anything missing from the information you require? Let's make it succinct and get your answer.
I don't believe the question has been answered. I was wanting an analysis of what quantum was allocated, what was paid out, and an explanation of the difference.
I don't believe you're going to get that today. Is that?
I can't give you that detail today, councillor, but I can say we haven't done any financial analysis. It's simply, I suppose, an observation with experience on how the roles have operated in the previous term.
Okay, thank you.
Let's have. Are there any other questions? I want to put them up. We know that all three, just to see where we overlap and what can happen, because I think that's pretty important. Okay, so we have an amendment. Oh, we have a motion. Let me just speak to my motion, because let me speak to the intent of my motion, so that we're all talking about the same thing, because I have fear we might be disagreeing when we're not really disagreeing, and so on with different things. What I am seeking to do here is reasonably straightforward. I'm seeking to use the resource, the Three Mangai resource that I personally support, to best effect. I believe we could argue around the committees and all sorts of little pieces today, but it would be better to agree that the resource remain and that we go back to our partners and determine that the focus is right, that the priorities are right, and the positions in which they sit in are right. And that comes from a deep desire to get the best value at the right time in our process. And the reason I put that there is because I want a Māori worldview at the beginning of the development of strategies, plans, and so forth, major projects, rather than just in the committee meeting, which is when a lot of the work has already been completed. So that's where I come from, and I'm open-minded.
Hamilton be able to expand on his motion and amendment?
Absolutely.
Sorry, could I ask a question of the mover?
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone's going to talk to what their motion is in an explanatory term, not a political way.
Yeah. Your motion is leaving open the option that they will be able to vote?
It's silent on the voting at the moment, isn't it?
Right. So that,
yeah,
okay.
it is silent, and I'll acknowledge that. The point is that we need to determine how and where they would like to use their resource to the best ability, and if that includes being on those 3 committees and it comes back resoundingly, yes, please, then I'm open-minded to that. If there are other pieces of cool work and different arrangements, I'm open to that, but I don't want to nut that out today. Yes, please.
So if your motion was to pass, how would that come back? Would that come back to council then with a prescriptive list?
Oh, next month. It should say by next council meeting. Sorry, Amy. So it means that we just, we agree to the resource. Then we go out with our partners and we sit down and we really nut out how that resource gets used. We come to an agreement, come back and ratify that.
So there'd be another debate?
No. It's all in the approval of the group deciding. But yeah. Yes.
Following on slightly from Councillor Hutt.
Yeah.
The way that is worded, I'm correct in interpreting, we actually then will get to re-debate.
No. We can change the wording to assume that is agreed on in our partnerships.
But we would have to be agreeing to. Surely we would have the process would include us agreeing to the recommendations coming back from mana whenua and their engagement. We're not just unilateral.
Potentially, and I hear what you're saying. So let's go through the rest of them to see if anything nails that better. But my intent is very clear, and this has been reworked by a number of us last night. My intent is to go back to our partnership model of determining what is right.
Because the way it is now, it respectfully leaves more questions unanswered than answered.
Well, it doesn't answer some of the things you might like to be answered. But just again, fundamentally, it's to ensure that the focus is on the right priorities and right processes across our work. And I'll talk to that in debate, but let's go to question for clarity, because that's all that's available.
I'm not sure if I understood your position on voting.
We're silent on voting at the moment because we haven't had that partnership conversation about where the vote should sit and who should have the vote, what committees. I'm not entirely convinced about that, and I'll go into the debate around that regardless whether I withdraw my motion or not. Okay. So then we have an amendment which is more specific about voting. There you go. Ryan, can you explain that, please?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think mine's pretty specific. I've tried to be really clear. The 2 Mangai Maori was to represent Mata Waka and mana whenua. That was under some guidance from Muna. And it puts a clarity around that it is just based until the end of the triennium. That's all. And no voting, yes.
No voting at all.
Correct.
We have the staff recommendation, which has been moved and seconded by, I can't remember who. Okay.
Which is what? This last one is our foreshadow. The staff recommendation. Which is the staff recommendation.
Councillor Deputy Mayor O'Leary, you're very good at this. May I ask you for some help in our motion? The intent is clear. It's to go back to a partnership model, but I do take on board the concern that it's not explicit. Have you got any?
No. Look, I think the amendment is Councillor Hamilton's amendment. So yeah, we deal with that first, don't we? I think that's it's a good order.
It is a good order. I'm just asking you as a seconder of our motion if you think any improvements could be made to answer the concerns around clarity.
Oh, we would need an adjournment for that. I'm good, but I'm not that good. 5 minutes. 5.
I think we will take the 5 minutes. I think we will, because I think there's some clarity and closeness. Make it 10.
Sarah, is only working at half speed.
10 minutes adjournment just to see what areas of.
Share the donut.
So councillors, what we might do, and look, sorry to those people in the audience, we may take our lunch break, because they will give, by the time we do it's a suggestion, hang on, don't shoot the messenger. We have lunch already sitting there. We could come back at 12:30, having done any nuancing that we do amongst ourselves, eat in lunch and come back fresh, ready for debate, and and to do the job properly. Okay? Yes or no? All those in favour of having a lunchtime now, please raise your hand.
Sorry, lunch food.
Lunch, and then come back at 12:30 in 40 minutes to do and we shared Moko's donuts. I move that we share his donut. Okay, we're adjourned till 12:30. Apologies to the visitor. When I spoke to Luke this morning, just for your information, he was. I'm laughing because I don't talk up, please. Well, yeah, I know. By the end of the day, I'll have like a complete lineup. I should use the same cup, but I forget. All right, everyone. Kia ora koutou. Let's Lance, Maxine, everyone. Where's Louise? Is she here? Angela, where did Louise go? Oh, here she is. Cool.
You were handing out
Oh God. Hang on.
Right. Do you hear to take a photo? You hear down Photographer's here.
Thank you. Very kind.
There you go. I'm good to go now. I always find that here. I think you told me. I'm trying to get that from my own face.
You know, your funny faces.
Yeah, which I will now longer not be doing. And sorry. Thank you for that. Thank you, Moko, for sharing your birthday donuts. I actually did a rare thing and had half a jam donut myself and really, really enjoyed it. So thank you very much. Just getting my.
I own those donuts, but I just wanted noted that I applied a very equitable principle to the sharing of those donuts to everybody, and they could choose which donut they wanted.
Absolutely. Point taken and very much appreciated. Mark, I hope you're taking notes because I understand your birthday's in 2 weeks and then Hannah's in a couple of weeks. Is that you next? Somebody else said they had a birthday. Who's having a June birthday? Cash. It was Cash. So, all right. Well, we'll take notes about the sharing ethos with goodies. All right, councillors, let's go back to the recommendations. There's been a few changes which may or may not answer people's concerns, but this is what they are. And there is, so in mine and Angela's, you will see that we have clarified that voting rights will be included. We just haven't. We've agreed to a process of discovering how that's set, what activities are covered. Hope that makes it clearer. Feel free to not vote for it if you don't agree with it. That's democracy. Okay, is everyone happy with that? There are no changes to the Hamilton bidder amendment, which will be put first, and then the foreshadowed amendment is as it was before. So the order of things is to go to the amendment. If the amendment is lost, we go to the foreshadowed amendment. If the foreshadow amendment is lost, we go to the motion. If the foreshadowed amendment is won, or any of those motions is won, it becomes the substantive motion. So that, pardon?
Maybe.
They're all emailed to you. So we are going to debate them all together in that, or in, yes, Emma.
Sorry, just one clarification. Your motion is pretty much the same as the staff recommendation, except you're not listing the specific committees, and that's the only difference.
Okay. But remember that because it's the motion, should either of the preceding amendments be successful, then it won't come into the arena. So that's the way it is.
Given the changes that you've promoted up the recommendation or the recommendation that I have supported, do we have to go through the whole process to vote on each of those, or is it are we allowed by process to withdraw? Okay, yep. Can you put the motion back up, your motion back up? Because I needed to have a read through it properly.
And I'll just make the point, just for not preempting how I decide, because it depends on the debate, but just noting that even though Councillor O'Leary, Deputy Mayor O'Leary and myself have proposed the motion, if in the debate we are sufficiently moved to vote a different way, we could decide to do that as well. But you can withdraw the motion, the amendment at any time.
Okay, so the amendment that you've made to your motion, or the change or the addition, is to include voting rights.
What has been said today?
Ka pai.
Me, Paul, just governance. Where's E? A, B, C, F.
D as well. Yeah.
D and F. Yeah. It's consolidated in B. Our principles of bicycle are reflected the kawanata. Remuneration. Yeah. Okay. CT.
And withdraw it now, or you could withdraw it after the first amendment is put. You've got plenty of flexibility there, Moko, because yours is just a foreshadowed one. So whether you want to wait until after the debate till you decide what to do, and that's the same for Angela and I, of course.
There's so little difference between the foreshadowed and the motion. I think understanding orders, you would struggle.
Would we?
Maybe government wants to make a ruling.
Okay, hang on. Let's get governance to talk about
there
that.
Is so
that's
little
right.
difference.
You can't put an amendment that's very close to a motion, is that right?
Correct.
Do you think it's sufficiently?
When I consider it, I would still consider them different because of the committee factors. So that's the part that I would still. Yeah.
Okay, good question, and good for us to understand the process anyway. Let's go into the debate, and that will give people a chance to hear what everyone has to say about it and position themselves based on what they hear. And I mean, that's democracy. That's part of the process. So we will put the amendment first, but as the mover overall, I get to speak first, and then we will go to Ryan, and then we will go to Moko, okay, in that order, and then we'll go through the debate. So I'm going to say very little on this because I think I said it earlier. What I'm seeking to do is to retain resource in the form of Mangai Maori. I believe they have added value to this organisation over the past number of years that they've been in place, and had pretty good strategic input from time to time, very good to very good effect. I do believe that to determine what is right for us both, a further partner conversation is warranted, and that's where I was going. This will make sure that the focus is on the right priorities, right committees across our work program. And hence you would have heard me questioning around things like the ability to shape plans that are yet unwritten, strategies that are in development, strategy reviews, the LTP, and a bunch of other things that are really important to me to have that worldview properly reflected. So that's really all I need to say. I just want to add one thing. Whatever is the outcome of today, I want to thank the Mangai Maori for paving the way in a model that is reasonably rare across New Zealand. I think we have showed leadership in this space. So thank you to some of the speakers who earlier, and I think Donald, you said that, Thank you for acknowledging that this was a brave step into a new arena. Where I come from now is about improvement. How do we get the very best in the next iteration? I'm really delighted with to be working with our two Māori councillors elected. We are seeing great benefit from you being here with us and contributing to the broad arena of our work. So I do want to make that quite clear. So I'm grateful to the Mangai, I'm grateful to the Māori councillors. I do believe they add value, and nothing about this motion should be construed to mean anything else than I value that input across council's business. That's me. Thank you. Councillor Wilson. Oh, sorry. No, you're not. Councillor Hamilton, apologies.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to stand. I only stood, it's my third time I've stood in the chamber, but I feel to do it on important issues, and I've always done it with respect to conversations around Māori, and I think it's a respect thing, I guess, for me. But context is really important, and you'll remember under Andrew King's leadership, we had no Māori voice at a political level, and we brought in Mangai, which at the time was quite polarising for some people, and I was proud to support it. Essentially, it was an innovative way of bringing Māori to the decision-making table without the normal democratic process, and I supported that. And then through the legislative changes, we had the opportunity to do Māori wards, and at first I didn't support that. And then I reconciled with yourself, Mayor Paula, and we come back and turn that decision around, and we went from for supporting it to unanimous vote supporting Māori wards. And Hagan earlier mentioned the quality of the Mangai candidates, and I think Ollie's here. I acknowledge him, certainly himself and others I count as dear friends, and their value proposition or their value add to this council has been phenomenal, and I recognise that. But frankly, I don't think we need to continue the Mangai model when we now have two very well-qualified Māori ward candidates, and are both finding their feet and adding value to this council decision-making table. The motion I put forward today, or the amendment, is one of pragmatism. I've tried to reach out to all of you and said, okay, I recognise there's still a need for, or still a desire for, some Mangai voice and input. So I've tried to be pragmatic. I've picked two because that represents Matawaka and Mana Whenua, but I put an end date on it, and I've said excluding voting, because I do believe we've allowed that autonomous voting, and that season has come to pass. We now have the ability to be elected, and so that's the bottom line for me, that there'll be an end date and that there will be no automatic voting. So that's where I sit today, and I hope you can support me and appreciate where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Oriki?
I am supporting the staff recommendation and acknowledge the journey that this council has gone on since the inception of the Mangai Maori. And while this is a reduction in numbers, I believe their contribution across the identified committees within this are key areas that our iwi and our mātāwaka are intimately involved in. I am heartened by the feedback that our staff have given with respect to their ability to continue to participate in decision making, their ability to participate in informing key parts of our core business that will inevitably inform our long-term plan. And so everything about this motion, I am satisfied, will meet this next journey that we are about to embark on. I acknowledge that there is no greater fund, and I recognise when the tribe and Mātāwaka have been very deliberate in their conversations with us to date around they want to see a and. And so while the reduction of numbers may seem we are going back, in actual fact, I believe it is a step in the right direction where their contribution to the greater scheme of our core business is going to be greater value. I'd like to think that this council is giving a greater effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and it is on us as governors to be able to demonstrate, to manifest in a meaningful way what Te Tiriti o Waitangi is. And as I've heard in this house this morning, you know, there are some shortfalls in our understanding of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and partnership, which is why I'm heartened by He Pou Manawa Ora. And so He Pou Manawa Ora, as we have all understood it, sits across everything of our council. And so therefore, we are going to have the ability as governors to upskill ourselves. That said, we need our Mangai Maori to actually help inform what are some of the key issues, the key aspirations that sit before our iwi, that sit before mātāwaka, and they are the only people that can actually bring that to us. My position here as a Māori ward councillor at large, I do not come with their mandates. I'm appointed here by the general public. And so therefore, I believe the recommendation that has been put for us is sufficient for us to move us into the next tenure of our council. And I look forward to the support of my fellow councillors around this table. Kia ora.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. I support option 3 on page 21, which is pausing Mangai Maori membership on any committees, but there's a motion and 2 amendments on the floor, so I will be supporting Councillor Hamilton, the Hamilton Bidder amendment, because it's closest to my position. Like Councillor Hamilton, it's important to revisit the process leading into today's decision in terms of context. In 2018, we agreed on Mangai Maori before we had seats on the council. There were various options put to us, and it was felt that Māori wards were too big a step to get through, especially with the law as it was at that time. The Mangai option we adopted in the meantime, and I supported it. It was regarded, in my view, as a stepping stone to the ideal, which was elected representation. It was imperfect. It was far from ideal. It was only halfway on the journey. It was better than nothing, but not as good as elected representation. It was a temporary measure. Then, of course, we had the change in legislation, making Māori wards less of a hurdle, and last term the council agreed to have 2 wards. That was a big moment, and I supported that too. I don't believe there was any suggestion at that time that when the seats came in, the Mangai Maori positions would stay. In fact, we've gone 6 or 7 months now without them. They were an immediate step. And if we've gone 7 months without Mangai Maori, that tells me they're not essential. It tells me we're about to duplicate our resources at a time when we're struggling to keep our heads above water financially. You just have to look at the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee report on this agenda to see the financial outlook facing residents. High interest rates, inflation, supermarket prices, we know it all. And I ask elected members to remember the desperation that was present in the annual plan debates a couple of months ago. We were looking at cutting all sorts of staff budgets. We sacrificed a whole host of projects, which we pushed out another year because we were desperate. We were even looking at cuts in service levels, such as CBD cleaning and gardening. That's how desperate we were. So we were that desperate. We were looking for savings like that, and we're now happy to trot out another $200,000 to duplicate a resource that we've been doing without for the last 6 months and barely noticed. I don't think some of you guys are reading the room here. I don't think you're reading what our community is thinking about this, and I do not support it. I think Councillor Ryan's amendment is a pragmatic option, and I urge you to support that.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. While I am a new councillor, I've understood from some of my more experienced colleagues, my own experience since election, and within workshops I've attended, the value that Mangai Maori bring to the table. Not only through their connections with iwi, hapu, mātāwaka, their understanding of te ao Māori, and allowing us to be a better partner in respect to to Te Riti, but they're also able to bring through their own subject matter expertise as well. I want to take this time to acknowledge the work that our Mangai Maori members have carried and want to thank those members who often went above and beyond in their roles to answer queries and offer assistance when needed. Mangai Maori, in my view, is about ensuring we're hearing all voices in order to gain a better understanding from all perspectives so we can make an overall more informed decision. Following my questions today, I feel that giving a smaller number of Mangai representatives will enable our partners to have a fuller participation in discussions and in the forming of decision making. It is my strong belief that Council have been richer for having the full contribution from Mangai Maori as our partners around the table, so I will be supporting this staff recommendation.
Thank you. I have said this before, and so I loathe to repeat myself, but once again, I look to the terms of reference of Council for my direction on governance. Our terms of reference state that we need to ensure decisions are not inconsistent with the following documents and lists He Poumanua Ora as one of those documents. The actions in He Poumanua Ora directly speak to maximising Mangai relationships. So I'd like to remind my colleagues of that strategy and its critical importance in terms of the decisions that we're making today. We have an opportunity in front of us. Our council were leaders in creating Mangai Maori, and we have the opportunity to continue to value the role that plays for our city, to value mātauranga, to value te ao Māori, to value relationships, and as Vanessa said, value the diversity of Māori, because there is nuance and critical difference between Mangai and Māori wards. Donald talked about designing what tomorrow looks like, and I could not better encapsulate what our role is as council. And it is critical that we have input from the beginning, from our briefings and information sessions, through an improved scope, right through to the final vote at the committee. Because for us to say that we value someone's perspective and then to not allow them a vote at the table is, in my opinion, disrespectful. Really what this boils down to is, do you value the voice of iwi, hapu and mātāwaka? I know that I do. We heard today what their preference is, absolutely in unison to the staff recommendation. So that's what I'm listening to, and I would encourage my colleagues who I know also value the voice of iwi, hapu and mātāwaka, who also want to ensure that we are designing the best city for our future, for our grandkids, and also for now. There's never been a more important time to look to the communities who have been here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years and did so very successfully, especially in the face of our future that we're currently looking to in terms of climate change. I cannot think of a more critical time to ensure that voice is at the table. So that is what I would remind my colleagues of, and thank you very much for the extra time.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you for your words, Councillor Hutt. Very passionate as usual, and well noted. I'll be supporting the Hamilton bidder option today, largely because I'm wanting to take what I consider a pragmatic view in terms of expense to supporting what their thoughts were. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. I'm a big fan of quality over quantity, and that's not showing any disrespect to the 5 Mangai Maori that were here previously. I just think we could do better with fewer and have a more laser focus on where their input comes in. I've learned so much in the last 6 months from my 2 new fellow newbies, Malena, aka Joe, and birthday boy, also New South Wales supporter. Look, I've also done the RMA training, and I learned in the RMA training what Māori contribution to the way we do things really is. And I didn't know that until I did RMA training. And so I feel I'm far better for it. But I'll just finish in saying that myself and other councillors, we're elected members of Hamilton City to represent the people, inhabitants, residents, ratepayers of Hamilton, no matter what their age, ethnicity, gender, etc. As a councillor for Hamilton East, I'm going to listen, consider and represent all voters. So whether they be Māori, Pākehā, Indian, Sri Lankan, South African, Filipino or Canadian or whatever ethnicity, we're here to listen and do the best job possible for everyone. We've had fantastic input so far to date, but taking a pragmatic view of this now, we need to be aware of costs and what this can look like going forward. Thank you.
Me, Paula, look, I hold that good decision making takes time, and it's built on well-informed discussion, debate. And it's a process where we as members have the chance to influence and to shape the solutions. We can bring our perspective, our life experience, and if we're really lucky, personal expertise. And from my observations, this is something that didn't always happen well for Mangai in the last term. It wasn't usual that Mangai were involved in the formation of ideas, the genesis of those, and being able to develop that through plans and funding discussions that happened outside of a committee meeting process. And I think that was a mistake, and it's something that many of us have learned and have commented on. And it was a concern echoed by mana whenua stakeholders through their review processes. At the hui that have occurred in through that review process, we were reminded that Mangai add value to the kōrero, that they give equity in decision making and are subject experts themselves in the skills that they bring and a Te Ao Māori view to that committee and at that committee level. And that's been endorsed by the submitters this morning in our public forum. And I look around the room and I acknowledge Ollie and Tapora, and thank you for the work that you've contributed over prior years. One of our THORC representatives in those meetings commented that council needs to get information to flow better and that Mangai can help that to happen. I believe that the best way to recognise, utilise and harness Mangai expertise and skills, and also to realise mana whenua's aspirations, is to appoint Mangai to our committees, to the committees that are recognised as having our senior councillors at the head of. And, you know, I think it's a resource that we need to make to allow them to attend briefings, invite them to long-term plan processes and other opportunities where that genesis and the development absolutely happens, but that they have the opportunity to see that through with a vote. I heard a comment recently that giving Māori something doesn't take away from the rest of us. And I wholeheartedly agree. And in fact, in this instance, giving Māori something it gives layers to our organisation and it supports the mahi of our Māori ward councillors in a really positive way. I'll be supporting Councillor Moko's motion and the staff motion. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. As noted in my questions earlier this morning, Section 4 of the Local Government Act 2002 is different to what appears in the staff report. The wording is that the council must facilitate participation by Maori in local authority decision-making processes. We have done that with Maori wards. Councillor Taylor has reminded us of the origin of the Mangai Maori as a step in a direction to Maori wards. Now we are proposing doubling up. In terms of consultation, that's okay. We have heard a lot about voices for Maori. I have ears. I can hear their voices, and I can assure you that I do listen. What is disrespectful to all Hamiltonians is giving a particular group voting rights based on race. I will be blunt. The proposals before us are racist. Council is a democratic organisation. I am not against Mangai. I am against voting rights for them. I support Councillor Ryan's amendment because it supports Mangai, but it excludes their voting rights. That is the right of the people of Hamilton who have voted us to be their representatives. Appointed, unelected people do not represent the people, regardless of their race.
Kia ora, I'll be supporting Councillors Muckles in the staff recommendation. And my reason is really that, as Muckle pointed out, it's about giving effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And Mangai, the opportunity that we have to continue to create a better future together is significant. And I think it's a journey that we've started on, and a journey that we should continue on for all the positive aspects that it will deliver. And I think in our history we have failed time and time again to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. But I'm really proud of this council being the first council to develop Mangai Maori, and I think that that's something that we should continue to be proud of and to continue to commit to. There was a comment made around the different ways in which we relate to iwi and Matawaka in our operation and at our governance level. And I was thinking about that, and I was thinking how I see Te Tiriti as being about relationship, good relationship, and about, you could say, about friendship. And I was thinking, if I had a friend and I really valued their relationship with me, I would invite them to be part of all aspects of my life. And that's what I see this being about. It's about a relationship in all aspects and all levels. And Mangai Maori bring that relationship to our committees, and we need that voice there. And yes, we do have our Māori board councillors, and that's fantastic. Again, that's further giving effect to Te Tiriti. We're on a journey. There's still a long, long way to go, but I wholeheartedly support the staff's recommendation, which includes voting rights, and I think that's fundamental. As Councillor Hutt said, you can't have people at the table and then disregard them at the end. It has to be the whole package, in my opinion. So, kia ora.
The decision before us today is whether we have Mangai Maori for this triennium, and that's what I've been focusing my thoughts on. It's not a forever decision; it's on this triennium. And I feel that our Māori ward councillors, I've seen the contribution they've made over the last 6 to 7 months, and I feel that they bring this, this different perspective, this wealth of knowledge, and huge mana to the role. And so when I consider this, then I go, what added value would Mangai Maori bring? We all hear about diversity of voice. I fully support this narrative. It's the reason I stood for election myself. But that's just it. You know, we want more diversity. We want to hear from different people. Then we should encourage diverse candidates to stand for election. We should encourage people to vote during elections. Voting rights, it's a big deal. And I think all residents in our city should have a fair say on who these votes should lie with. That's fairness in my opinion. Mangai Maori, you know, they are mandated to represent Mata Waka or Mana Whenua. The rest of us, all of us sitting here, including our Māori ward councillors, we actually represent everyone, the whole city. Regardless of what colour we are or where we come from, we represent the whole view. And that's fairness, in my opinion. And just as a reminder, you know, we talk about barriers to people standing for election and all of that. And I totally get it. I've experienced it personally. But this triennium, throughout New Zealand, we actually have 5 new Māori mayors. We've got 2 Wahine Māori mayors just down the road from us. Kind of down the road from us, and that's cool. You know, that's democracy. So that's fairness. So I'll be supporting Councillor Hamilton today for those points. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. We're trying to work out what a democracy built on the Treaty of Waitangi Te Tiriti looks like, and we are navigating a largely uncharted territory here. There isn't really a playbook or precedents that we can look to in other parts of the world. We're really leading in this space in the world, and so it does make it a difficult space to work through. It's not simple. There are lots of questions, philosophical and political questions. And so I think that it's important that we're able to have respectful debate and that we work through these issues. And we've seen it many times before in the chamber that views aren't fixed, views change. And that's one of the really important things about debate and allowing people to test their thinking and to test ideas. So I want to acknowledge today's debate. I think Māori wards and Mangai do provide different functions. Mangai specifically provide a voice for Mana Whenua, the people who have a long-standing linkage to the land here in the city. And the relationship between council and Mana Whenua, as well as Mata Waka, is unique. And so I think that this governance structure that we're talking about today should reflect that unique relationship. I think the reduced numbers and increased scope of the Mangai's work will be helpful because I would really like to be able to hear the viewpoints from Mangai at the very beginning of a decision-making process. Personally, a frustration for me was always I wouldn't hear sometimes the views of Mangai until a few days before when we were quickly getting in touch with them or in the debate itself. And by then, maybe we've lost the opportunity to actually come to a decision that could have been even better with more of us on board. Providing voting rights at committee level is not unprecedented. If we look at strategic risk, we have 2 external people on that committee with voting rights, and we've had our Mangai Maori arrangement for the last 2 terms. And ultimately, elected members determine what the scope of decision-making is for any of these committees. So it still comes back to an elected body in terms of what decisions these committees can make. Or which ones they have to recommend back to council for ratification. I will support the staff recommendation to begin with, but if that fails, I'll support the motion. I do think that my preference is that we just move on and get moving with establishing the Mangai roles and avoid the cost of debating this in time, of debating this all over again. Thanks.
Kia ora mai tātou, e mihi ana ki te kaupapa, ke mui a tātou I tēnei ahi ahi. Yeah, just want to acknowledge the council that initially created this opportunity for Mangai Maori to represent Mata Waka and Mana Whenua courageous decision in the time. It's probably more difficult than what it is now. So mihi ana kia koutou. Many think that because moko and I are Māori, that's our role, is to represent all Māori, especially mā tāwaka and mana whenua. And of course, there's an expectation from our people to do so, but we're not actually, as he's already said, mandated to represent those voices. So we sit here on an equal platform as everybody else here today. So to me, there's two clear sides. The relationship that Hamilton City Council needs to get better at is that relationship with mā tāwaka and mana whenua. And so out of good faith, Mangai Maori were created, and that's awesome. So there's Mangai Maori as well as Māori ward seats, which Moko and I both sit in. I've heard quite a bit over this morning in the discussions that go on, and it's almost like we're all the same. We're not. That's just it. When you understand Māori worldview as well, which we could all have some support and help in doing so, then you would understand that perspective as well. Te Arawhiti is currently running a program called Whainga Morangi that helps support all entities, Crown governing entities, in terms of understanding equity and te tiriti. And I would encourage, whether it's been encouraged by LGNZ or not, I would encourage Hamilton City Council to definitely look into that as a great way of collaboration moving forward for our council, for Kirikiriroa. Some of what you said, Councillor Kesh, about, everyone should be provided the opportunity to represent on council, so we can have a range of diverse perspectives and support different people. Absolutely. When you understand that that was a privilege never afforded to Māori, then, you could possibly jump onto the side where they're supporting the staff recommendation, because it hasn't been afforded. I want to end with the last comment from Councillor Bira. You dropped a couple of words that everyone's a bit like about, it's uncomfortable, and you can imagine 183 years of that uncomfortableness. So kia kaha e hoa.
I intend to support the amendment from Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Bidder. It is my opinion the reintroduction of Mangai Maori with voting rights, in addition to Maori wards, is an affront to democracy. In other words, it's the loss of democracy. It moves way beyond fair representation, and it simply becomes race-based policy. It moves on beyond wokeism. We should not be concerned about the use of the word woke. Woke simply means alert to racial prejudice and discrimination. And I think they have been the founding principles for why, as a council, while managing the premise of democracy, we've also acknowledged that mana whenua have a unique status in New Zealand. We have a treaty with mana whenua, and that elevates their position. And we reflect that elevation by 4 clear areas. We have enshrined in legislation the requirement on local government to consult and engage. And we do that through the Local Government Act, we do that through the RMA, and we have been actively doing it for a long time. But Council has gone much further than that. We've created a co-governance committee. We've gone further than that. We've created Heipo Manawa Ora, which in fact has more direct obligations, because this council is not a signatory to the treaty, but we have gone out and said, here are the things that we intend to do to lift the Maori voice. And then we brought in Mangai Maori to provide even more voice around the table. I want you to debate, I want you to think of this today as simply a council looking at trying to be democratic while in the context of the treaty. And I am convinced that there is already enough meaningful voice from mana whenua permeating every aspect of what we do. And by simply creating an ongoing Mangai Maori presence, we erode the average person's voice. And it's funny because I hear a bit of this narrative, well, you know, hapu, iwi, different. That's to assume that in Pākehā society or the rest of New Zealand that there aren't differences. Of course there are. And we use a democratic process to get representation. This is an erosion of a democratic process, and we will be poorer for it. It's divisive. There's incremental creep. It's a step back.
Thank you. Just a couple of points I want to quickly touch on first, and then I'll get into my debate. It is concerning to hear that if the decision to embed Mangai Maori into our structure erodes the normal person's voice, indicates that Māori are not normal people. And I'll just leave that there. Councillor Bidder talked, and while I don't like labels, I can't leave his comment lie in this chamber without a rebuttal from a senior elected member, and that is that this decision, he implied the decision is racist, and racism comes from the belief that it's a zero-sum game, and it's not. The advancement of one group doesn't disadvantage another. That's what racism is. It's also the inherent belief that one group is superior to another. I would suggest that that is what the amendment seeks. I reflect back on the hui that we had the other week, and also thank my colleagues that were there when I tripped up during that meeting. I appreciate their support and their grace around that. The hui was an open dialogue and with iwi and mata waka, and it certainly helped me a lot. And it was a shame that not all of the elected members could attend that one. In that discussion, we heard of the importance of Mangai Maori, and we also looked at how we can best move to the future to innovate again as we innovated in the past. And one of the most challenging comments at that hui came almost right at the end when someone said, well, what's council's long-term strategy to build capacity for Māori in decision-making? And we sort of all looked around the table at each other and we thought, oh, well, we don't have that yet. We are so focused on the here and now. It was always my intention and always my belief that this was a road and a journey, and that what step do we take towards the future? So it's not enough to say, well done, we've got Māori wards, so job done. I think if we talked to Māori, if we talked to iwi, if we talked to mata waka, they would certainly say job is not well done. When we had the first workshop last year, I remind us all that we were all in agreement for the foreshadowed amendment around that and also the motion around that. So as time's gone on, we haven't progressed and we haven't innovated. We've kind of stalled. So I will be supporting the foreshadowed amendment or the motion, whichever ends up laying on the table.
Respectfully waited till the end of the debate, but the comment, the amendment seeks one race over the other was made, and I'd like to see how
dismiss that because Angela was referring to a definition of racism that she holds, and so that's
we can check the records. There was some nods across the room that the amendment seeks one race over the other was the phrase was made, and I don't see how the amendment does that.
I think you were referring to your quote.
I think I said I would suggest that could be the outcome. Yeah.
I think that's clarified it, Ryan. And you know,
well, I'm happy to withdraw that part of my debate.
Happy. Well, that again, it's been said. And there's been other things that have been said that have also been uncomfortable for the parties. So let's move on and keep this constructive, councillors.
Point of order. I'm not trying to be destructive. You didn't rule. You just moved on.
And then I withdrew.
I don't think it was a point of order. Angela was in the context of defining how she perceived the racism in respect to other, and that's her view, and that she's entitled to it, but she's also withdrawn, so it's a moot point at this point in time. So, right of reply. We don't need muttering because nobody muttered during anyone else's debate. So look, we must. Where I come from is we must seek to bring our community on a journey, as Angela said, a journey of cultural understanding, but in a wholly positive and constructive way. And that has underpinned my approach to this issue today. I was also seeking innovative and new ways to do better, which I heard from some of the public forum today. I do believe 100% we can do better when together we do more. I welcome partnership with Māori. I welcome Te Ao Māori perspective. But I'd also welcome a perspective in economic development, which the staff recommendation wasn't clear on. Māori tourism, I want to know how we work in Māori tourism together. I want to know how we work across environmental issues together. I want their voice in risk and assurance and through the LTP. I want them at the earliest moment possible to feed into our thinking, to shape thinking, to explore partnerships, not just the end point which sits at our voting committees. Having said that, I've heard the debate and I've listened to my colleagues, the will of the majority, and I've reflected that in the motion, as you see through the amendment. I want to be persuaded, I want to be convinced that tagging the Mangai expressly to those three committees is the best way to do business. I want to see how we maximise the input of Māori across our whole work. And to be honest, I just wasn't quite clear about that today, as you would have heard through my questioning. I'm looking forward to the next phase, and a couple of the committees go to this, where we will be able to figure that out better and making sure that we strengthen the tactical side of our relationship. I do understand, however, that having an ability to follow things through, as I think Councillor Van Oosten said, and have the mana of a vote is important, and I have flexed accordingly. I'm also looking forward to how we improve every other area of our business, and I've talked with staff about this, and that includes looking at our JMA or co-governance committee and moving into the more active partnership and tactical side with that arrangement as well, not just in the information sharing and awareness, but getting into let's do some mahi together that matters. So, I think there's conversations to be had, but what I do want to say is I was a bit moved by Councillor's point. She made an excellent example. You didn't mention it to me yesterday or earlier, which was that the externals, we do already have externals voting from the basis of their experience to the table. And I think that's a really good point, and that's moved me somewhat in my thinking, Sarah. So thank you for that contribution. Let's still be the leaders, Council. Let's be the leaders in this space. Let's not take from our wider community. Oh, really? Have I? I'm nearly finished. Was it?
Obviously in a group.
Did I already go over time? Sorry. Apologies.
We give you another minute.
One sentence. I forgot what it was, but one sentence. Just look, let's go forward and productively and show leadership in this area. Let's work together for all Hamiltonians and not cause a divide and conquer approach. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Let's go to the vote on the amendment, which is, we'll get there. Thanks.
Apply for the other.
No, that's not how it works.
No, it's not how it works.
No, sorry.
No.
That's why you want to be the motion, Moko. That's why we need to school you up on how to use the motion and amendment process. No, it's just that's the way it is. Can we not vote again? We can't vote on the electronically? No? No. Okay, so we're voting on the amendment, which just because I don't want any mistakes made, that is Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Bidder, all in favour. You can vote for or against that.
Mine's blank, but at least I have the 2 lines.
Yeah, that's the same.
No.
Thank you, the board has worked. The amendment is lost, 6-4, 9 against.
That brings us to the foreshadowed amendment coming on the table, which is that one of Taureki and Casey and Anna Casey Cox, Councillor Casey Cox. So we'll just get ready for that.
Which is the same, but with allocation to the 3 committee.
Yeah.
It's 3.
Yeah.
So was the first one.
No, the first one.
Okay, we're going with the recommendation. With the foreshadowed amendment, which is the amendment now.
The further amendment is carried, 9-4, 6 against. And now that becomes the substantive motion. So could we just
become the
add one more
substantive
vote?
motion? Just goes to show democracy is alive and clicking when people reflect.
Everybody is, nobody's wrong, everybody voted correct. Would we like a reset? Reset? Could we have a reset, please? One more time. If we could just vote one more time on that one so that I can call that out loud.
I've voted.
The further amendment as the substantive motion is carried, 9-4, 6 against.
Right, thank you. I almost forgot what we're doing here now. Thank you very much. Thank you to the people who've attended today. Thank you for waiting. Okay, we have councillors, we have an incredible amount of items to get through now because that's taken a long time in reaching that conclusion. So if I can just ask anybody who's not here for the rest of the items to, make your departure so that we can carry on with our business, that would be brilliant. Thank you. And that brings us to item number 10, which is the dangerous and insanitary building policy review. So we'll get straight into it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. For those of you who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name's Corey Lang. I'm the building unit manager, and today I'm here to present the proposal.
for consultation on our dangerous and unsanitary building policy. I'm happy to take the report as read, but do have a couple of key points that I'd like to quickly highlight, if I may. The report mentions it's a legislative process and requirements that we're working through this. We haven't made any substantial changes to the policy as it stands, but we are interested in the community's feedback as it stands. The policy has been audited in the last 12 months. MB did visit us and did carry out an audit specifically on this policy, and we didn't receive any corrective actions or changes as a consequence of that. The key purpose of the policy is around public safety. While we will always take into consideration cultural and heritage aspects of the buildings themselves, it is primarily around ensuring the public safety and underpinning that for our community. The definition of sanitary and dangerous buildings is a very, very high threshold. It is legislated and it's well defined, and as a consequence, in the last 5 years that this policy has been in place, we've only issued 9 notices over 5 years. And currently we only have 3 that are outstanding. We attempt to work with our community to clear those notices as quickly as possible, but as you can see, it's very rare that it meets that threshold, that legal test. I'll leave it there. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, Cora, I had to ask, is the definition of insanitary doing the same dirty thing over and over again?
I'll ask Mish to respond to that. No, not under the Building Act, Councillor.
So, thank you, everyone. There are no further questions. I'm happy to move, unless anybody else wants to be moved. You want to move, Sarah? Okay, cool. She does. You can see it. Would someone like to second, or would you like me? Councillor Emma will second. All right. We go into debate. Should there be any? Seconder, you have any debate? No, neither does anyone. Oh, Ryan, do you have any? No, you don't. Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote, please. Thank you very much, staff. Yeah, let's get the correct one. Right. So it's been voted on, I think. Is it? Who we?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll go to the Waikato Triennial Agreement. Sure, that'll be just equally as straightforward. Mish.
I am standing in for Hannah Windle on this report. I'll take it as read. The only thing I'll note is that it is a statutory requirement for all the councils in the region to enter into an agreement. And this has been developed via the Mayoral Forum.
To talk to it, then you're all happy? Brilliant. Any debate? All in favour? Well, let's go to the button vote. We'll do it vote. If we can go, we'll go electronically. Yeah, thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Methinks we're on 12, the representation group of regional representative group, Free Borders. You can move that one if you want, Ewan. No. Deputy Mayor O'Leary. Are you question?
We are questions to come out as well. Is this a Blair? This will be a Blair question.
No, the presenters are on their way.
Oh, sorry. So where are we? Oh, yeah.
All right.
13.
Moving along, we'll go to 13. I think Councillor Wilson has moved and Councillor Taylor has seconded. Are there any questions on you might not need to come to the chair because we did have a good debate on it.
All I wanted to say is apologies to councillors with all the annual plan work and whatnot. We made a couple of errors and omissions of the fee schedule that you approved on the 2nd of March. So in the schedule, there's probably about 5 or 7 highlighted in yellow fees that need correcting.
Yeah, and that was pointed out to us in the workshop for those. Yeah. All right, excellent. Let's go to the vote, please. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
What is the report? Oh, is it likely to be long, the strategic risk and audit, and do we have people here?
We can launch into it, and if we have some
Okay, let's do
questions.
that while we wait for staff to come down. Seize the moment.
You want to start?
Thanks, Mish.
This is one of the 6 monthly reports back to Council from the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee to give all elected members some visibility of the review of strategic risks. I'll take the report as read, and if there are any questions through you, Mayor Paula.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Case-Cox, thank you. I feel like I've been through this in detail with strategic risk and audit personally, so I don't have any questions. Does anyone else have any questions? Councillor Pike?
Fine.
In debate? All right, cool. So no questions. It's all quite clear. Thank you. I've moved and somebody else, Anna, seconded. I don't have any debate. I just do want to thank the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee for the great work they did, and that our independent chairs play a huge role there, turning up over every stone and looking in every detail, and we get thoroughly updated. So I'm quite comfortable with this. That's all I will say. So our thanks to them. Councillor Pike.
I just wanted to thank the name.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. And so in my right of reply, I would say ditto to that one. Ditto. Thank you. We all do very much appreciate what happened in those very difficult times. Let's go to the vote. Oh, that's funny. Only one lights up now. That's good.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Now we're back to item 12. Thank you, Stephen. Did you get your breath on the way to? Oh, were you waiting for anyone else?
Andrew's on his way.
Okay, let's go to the well, no, remits might take some. Do you think oh, the health. Which one?
Number 15.
Okay, we'll go to number 15 because I think that is straightforward. Also move. Very much. Are there any questions? Very much. Otherwise, we'll go to debate. And my debate is exactly the same. We get a very good and thorough amount of advice in this area. Thanks to staff. Thanks to the very good work you do in this space. It's something we've got to keep a really close eye on, councillors, because things change from time to time. Pressures come on staff, and things happen that we need to be mindful of. And I'm just aware that we need to be constantly asking after the wellbeing of staff and what we as elected members can do to support the chief executive for providing for their wellbeing. So just keep a watching brief on that one. Certainly it might be something that shapes some of our long-term plan discussions. That's my debate. Is there anybody else who would like to debate it? No, let's go to the vote. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
So we'll go back to item 12 because Andrew is in the house. Thank you. Did you run?
My sincere apologies. I was actually on a phone call on a matter involving the police, but here I am.
All right, thank you.
I'll just take a breath, just a minute. Right, okay, so good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. This report, as you know, relates to the recent government announcements on water reform. Just by way of a reminder, a summary of the key changes announced or proposed by government are a 10-entity model now, changes around governance and local voice, and that's explained as so much as every territorial authority owner will be represented on their entity's representative group. Sorry, I'm still puffing a bit. They're proposing a staged and delayed start for the water services entities. So that was previously go live on 1 July 2024. It's now go live from 2025 through to a period of 1 July 2026, so a window. I do note legislation is required to give effect to these government changes, and that they're working at the moment to introduce and pass the necessary legislation essentially before this year's general election. But I also note that that legislative process is subject to parliamentary timetables, and it's likely that there'll be an opportunity for further input and feedback into that process from local government. And the fifth and final noting point is one which I'm sure you're already aware of, which is the Tranche 2 Better Off funding has been withdrawn. Hamilton City Council has signed up to the Tranche 1 Better Off Fund, which is $14.6 million, and that's secure and in place through our annual plan process. But Hamilton City hasn't budgeted for the Tranche 2 fund, which would have been considered in the upcoming LTP process. I don't intend to dwell much further on the government announcements, simply because there's actually very little detail available that underpins the announcement, and we really need to wait for the future cabinet decisions to provide that detail. Notwithstanding those cabinet decisions, a legislative process is required to implement the changes. And at this stage, I expect those details to start coming through sometime in the next 2 to 3 months, which will allow us to plan and respond accordingly as an organisation. In addition, as I said, it's been indicated there'll be some form of engagement process with local government as central government looks to finalise that legislation prior to the election later this year. So we intend to come back to you once we know a little bit more about that whole process. There are some funding aspects which I'll just touch on very, very briefly. So I've already talked about the Better Off Fund. Of course, there are 2 other funds in this reform. So one is transition cost funding. So currently we're funded to participate in this reform until the end of June this year. But we're unlikely to receive information on further transition funding until this legislative process is either complete or well underway. And then the third bucket is the Worse Off Fund. So we've had no acceptance of our Worse Off funding deficit. And that, along with other matters, continue to be part of our advocacy as we take every opportunity to submit or express concerns. So look, if I just turn to the resolutions on the report. So this report's been prepared in response to the government announcement, so not the detail. And essentially the resolutions are structured to continue our advocacy for better outcomes by responding to the Minister's requests for information. And we've considered 2 options in the body of the report in relation to potential advocacy roles. So one is the Auckland type model, and then the other one is specifically targeting concerns this council's raised, which is in relation to growth, so more of a sub-regional type advocacy model. I'm happy to stop there and take questions.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have questions. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm just trying to understand exactly what the outcome is that we are looking to seek if we add an independent person, because the future-proof partners will sit on the regional governance group anyway. So what does adding an independent chair of future-proof if they're not lobbying for one council or another? It just extends the size of the group.
It may not be future-proof, but it's another seat. So one of the key issues this council's taken to government is growth in a high, the demands of a high growth council.
Mm-hmm.
So one option here is to seek for membership that's expanded to include a deeper consideration of growth, as an example. The other option and considered in the report is to change the number, propose a change around representation numbers, which is the Auckland model, where a number of councils might have more than one rep on.
But that's specifically to champion Auckland's position.
Correct.
But that report doesn't say that. That's why I'm trying to flesh out what's the outcome.
So the outcome here was to give a greater voice to growth.
To growth for the region or for the city?
No, so for the future-proof area, so the Greater Hamilton area where, we're experiencing the highest growth in the Waikato region, so that we have more of a stronger metro voice on the RRG. Like in Auckland, Northland has 3 votes, Auckland has 3 votes because of the size of their assets and their people, and then obviously iwi have 6 in the entity A. So to be honest, if we're going to ask for 6 people, then the RRG starts getting pretty big. It'll be over 35 people, so which is crazy.
Yep, great, thank you.
Taylor?
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm just battling to understand some of this. In February, our council, we had a stance on Three Waters. We made a submission opposing it, yeah?
Yes.
This plan has come out since the revised rebranding. As a council, we haven't reconsidered our position, have we?
No, you have not.
So do we not still oppose the Three Water Reform Plan?
That's the position of council, and it's the position council signed off on. From a legislative process perspective, the government is going to drive legislative change, and there'll be an opportunity to consider that in the future once it comes through. There's an opportunity to take a greater advocacy role at the moment while legislation's framing up.
Okay.
It's not intended to be a change in the council's stance.
No, I guess I'm questioning why would it be a good idea to suggest a minor change to the makeup of the representative group when we don't agree with the whole premise of the Three Waters plan?
Jeff, just in terms of what the alternative would be.
Well, why don't we write to them saying we oppose the Three Waters plan, and we want you to reconsider tranche 2 funding. Bang, that's it. I guess what I'm asking is why we oppose the Three Waters plan, but by the way, can we have a representative on your regional representatives group that we don't support?
The way the report's framed, with the intention, and apologies, it was not framed that clearly, is not to change the city's position, and it's to simply uphold the position that this council's resolved. But to try and recognise one of the single greatest issues this council has raised is growth, and the resolutions have been offered today to try and deal with that growth challenge now as the drafters of legislation are framing it up. But happy to be led by the views of this council.
Yeah, I guess I'm just asking, don't you think it weakens our credibility to be asking questions about, a smaller issue when we actually don't support the whole Three Waters plan anyway? I mean, why are we actually getting into a discussion about that when we don't support the plan? That's what I can't understand, I suppose.
Stephen?
With all of our submissions to date, as you said, we oppose reform and we've expressed our concerns about reform in the first part of the submission. The second part of the submission has addressed the government's proposal and how the government proposal could be improved if it goes ahead. And there's been a qualification of if it goes ahead. If you don't take our view that this reform should be stopped, then, and you're going to carry on this, then these are our recommendations for improving the legislation. So we've done that consistently with our submissions, so it fits with that approach that council has taken in the past.
Right, okay, which to me is sending muddy messages, because you're saying we don't support this, but yeah, okay, well, don't you think it's a slightly confusing message to be sending as a council? Oh, it's not leading.
Well, what they answer, if I'm right, staff, you answered by saying, yes, we still hold to our line of not supporting current Three Waters in any way near shape its current form. But when we're asked to feedback, we're going to give pertinent feedback on the points that are raised. Is that what you were saying?
There's an opportunity to exert some influences ahead of the legislation being drafted. That's the intent here. And it's certainly not to change the position of this council that we've taken to select committee. But if it's not the view of this council, that's the right approach, and I'm happy to be.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine.
To be guided.
I guess I was just asking that. Asking about the question of negotiating the detail of something which you disagree with and you don't want to go ahead, but that's all right. I'll save it for debate.
If I may, so in the interest of trying to be helpful, we actually don't know any detail around this amended proposal, which is, we need to see the draft legislation and the cabinet papers to have a view on the detail and to seek a council view on that detail. All we've got is the bills and the act that's being previously proposed last year, and we're in this.
Our understanding of what that looks like, notwithstanding the finance in detail, because when we had that meeting with he made it quite clear there was a minimum, that was a amount change that would be acceptable between the entity sides from 4 to 12. But after that, the government had no interest in going further. And so it was all a matter of leaning into what does this now mean for us?
There's no need for that. I do understand that. I'm just really questioning the wisdom of what we're doing. So that's fine.
I hear you, but for the benefit of everyone, I guess. I mean, we either are a shaping voice, so we were trying to be a shaping voice. With the details we still are unhappy about. Should it go ahead? We've still got to remain in the conversation, I think. Councillor Bidder.
Well, a quick question. Will our response to this go to Minister McNulty, or does it just go to some of his staff and he won't see our response anyway?
It would go from our mayor to the minister direct, but to have the maximum impact, that's how it should be structured.
He actually asked for that on a webinar to all the mayors and the CEOs of all councils in New Zealand. If you have views and proposals, he'd like to hear those personally from the mayors.
Thank you.
Also intend, I think we've had this conversation, I'm not sure. Forgive me, we also intend for the mayors, Susan, myself, Jackie, and potentially Adrian, to have a personal contact with Minister McNulty as per his invitation to come back to him. When I left that room, and Andrew and I attended in Wellington, when I left that room, he came back to us and said, I'm still open, my door is still open to your feedback. And so if it is open, I'm going to barge right on and give the feedback, is kind of where I'm sitting with it. So I do want to hear from my colleagues, all of you here today, what that looks like and what you expect of me to give me the parameters for my further conversations with government, really. Councillor Tauriki.
Sorry, are you inviting us to give you some parameters right now or later?
Well, I'm not very question.
Yes,
yes.
Oh.
Me to sit. The recommendation is there. If you want to make any additions or propose some things that are really critical for this council to put across the line, then you need to let me know so that I can do that. Yeah, I think so. Is that okay? Is that what you think? But any more questions of the report? I do have one, maybe two. Andrew, from what we understand, the detail around some of the financial remuneration, the transitional arrangements still remain up in the air, like you say. I know that DIA is out talking with our staff now about the fact they're in the Duke Street Depot today, talking about how staff are going to be treated. What is your advice as staff to us, given, well, and off the back of Jeff's question, given that we're not necessarily jumping in hoops of joy through how this has landed, but we have the opportunity to walk through the door with a couple of points, the Minister's office plus the miniature select committee process. What is your advice to us, other than this is clearly one piece of advice, what else, which is to have another voice? What other advice would you offer to us to give us some strength in our arguments?
I think there should be strong advocacy around the need to be funded and for council to have its costs met from central government in relation to the reform. So, you know, if you take the longer time frame, that's to 1 July 2026 now, because it costs a lot to participate robustly in these processes. And the other, perhaps more important advocacy position, and perhaps outside of the fundamental, do you support reform or not, possibly the single most important advocacy position is the no worse off funding and the cost impact on the residual council, and having very strong advocacy around that being appropriately considered, addressed and met.
Around cost of transition being fully met, the loss of the fact that we might not be better off at all now that they've pulled the second tranche of better off money, and the no worse off money allowing us to not be in a position of stranded overheads. Those are the critical points that you would. So councillors, in that, when you're asking your questions or giving me feedback, that's what I need to know from you. What do you see? In terms of the greater number of entities, do you have any comment on your view about the regional model that we've been proposed to be in, whether it's workable, not workable, where the flaws might sit, where the benefits may sit, please?
It's impossible to have a view on that till we see the detail, because what we've seen through the legislative process on the other bills to date is things have pushed and pulled in and out as cabinets made decisions and the select committee processes worked through. So until we see the detailed proposal, it's very difficult to have a view.
You mean that until we know exactly how that regional entity operates and our role in it?
Operates, charges, harmonises, costs, all of that is to be seen.
We don't know if it's better for us or not.
If I took a very, very high level view, one of the points this council has consistently raised is the need for local voice. So you could say a smaller or greater number of entities provides a stronger platform for local voice. But you know, I would refrain from going much beyond that until I saw the detail. I know that's not necessarily a helpful statement, but the detail is important, I think.
We're on the same page. The detail will come out in the draft, and then they're proposing a condensed or what I was described as a mini select committee process. So that's the time then staff will come back and say, this is what we need to say.
We haven't seen a proper detailed work program from the DIA or National Transition Unit yet, but certain things are likely. So there's going to be a number of separate legislative processes, the first of which will be to close out the 2 bills that are currently before the Select Committee. They will be reporting to the House on the 8th of June. So the reason for telling you that is I think we're going to get some pretty good steers around the detail in the next 2 to 3 month window.
Okay. Thank you. That's my questions. Councillor Van Oosten.
I think that those staff recommendation notes that we'll see support from future-proof partners. Has there been an opportunity to canvass their views at this stage, or to at least have an idea about whether there's support from that quarter to this idea?
I'm just looking at Lance. So I think
so. The CE's supportive. Obviously, it's just a staff view, and I know Mayor Paula's spoken to the mayors involved. Obviously, they need to go away and go through the same process we're going through as talking to their council. So we haven't heard back from that process yet. They didn't seem negative, though. There wasn't an immediate, no, I'm not even going to talk to our councils about that. So I think that'll, we'll probably hear a bit more over the next 10 days, won't we?
Yeah. I'm interested in staff's feedback on this when I do so. I'd like to propose an amendment to the staff recommendation around C, which as it currently reads, recommends that it reconsiders. I think we should oppose the withdrawal of the tranche 2 money. We should be a little bit more pointy in that particular C. So opposes, so it's something like opposes the withdrawal of tranche 2 and recommends to the minister that they fully retain that funding to enable councils to manage their long-term plan. And the other part, did you get that? Sorry. And the other part would be ensures that government confirm its commitments towards meeting transitional costs and the no worse off costs.
Great amendments. To just quickly talking to Stephen here, the Better Off Fund will not form part of the legislative process. So, communication now is the right time. So yes, I agree with those amendments.
Just try, Amy's just scratching them up from my rough go at them. Councillors, any questions of staff that would help us in forming this recommendation, please?
I think the government needs to honour its commitments that it's made in terms of the Better Off funding. So just might have a bit of impetus in the word honour.
Then opposes, we oppose the withdrawal and suggest that government honours its commitment to the funding arrangements, and that includes the Better Off, the transitional funding and the no worse off funding.
Yes.
So can oh, Amy, you're a star. She thinks, I don't know, I did that on the fly, sorry, so I should have thought about that sooner. Andrew, you've got a question or? Yeah, give us it, Liz, have it like that, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So what we've heard from Andrew Parsons is a pragmatic response. The current proposed 10 entities, I think still doesn't achieve what New Zealand needs. So that's the sort of feedback to give. And Andrew mentioned some detail is coming. I presume that will be sort of legislative detail, and a year and a half into this process, I still don't have any engineering detail on how any benefits or cost savings are actually going to be achieved. So there is a total lack of understanding for the public to make decisions on. And I would like you to pass that on to the Minister, that we, the people, need that.
I agree there might be some points here to put an additional part in the recommendation where staff capture what comes up in debate and, and inform me in the position that I'm taking to government on behalf of this council, and that we maybe have a few of us look at it before it gets final sign off. We've done that before with other things. So Deputy Mayor, myself, and because you're Chair of Infrastructure, and one other, maybe just to kind of have a look at what the letter of feedback I give to the Minister, followed up by a personal visit. So just the standard sort of thing about we will finalise the content of our feedback to government to be approved by Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and who's the other? We want another point of view. And Moko. Yeah, just from that point of view. Chair of Finance. Okay, thanks, Max. Chair of Finance, that's 4 of us, right? Okay. You can vote against it if you disagree, or put your own recommendation up. Let's have a look at what we've got, please.
Andrew, an answer to your question is the National Transition Unit's remodelling on the 10 entities rather than 4, and what the cost savings are per, average household type thing. So they're going away and having to redo their whole work program, their whole financial modelling. And I was on a call the day before last, they're not going to have that done for 2 months. So as soon as we hear that sort of information, we'll let you know. And I think you've brought up a good point that I think the wider community don't always hear all that information in, a short, succinct, crunchy sort of readable form. So I think that's a good point. So we can also point that out to them too around their comms.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, I still had a further question with regard to timeframes around which you were to be collecting up this information to form the substance of your conversation with the Minister of Local Government. And I would imagine that sooner rather than later is a better way in order to be able to do this. So by truncating the process too long or waiting on future-proof partners potentially to all take a vote to their councils, it may hamper us in being able to be that voice on the spot in a yeah, okay. Question. How long have we got in order to be able to do it? Yeah. Yeah. Mm. And is that better done, sooner rather than later, frankly?
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think we should be writing inside a week, which I think it does make it challenging to bring in other parties. So and maybe it's less about future proof and more about councils that have a common part of the greater Hamilton area. But I think there's a risk of having everyone buy in versus actually landing the outcome. Blair's twitching. Blair, do you wish to add?
I have already spoken to all of the mayors, and they're in support of this. Maybe E says that notes that we have that. Well, do we need to have the E in at all? Because we can still recommend to the government a person future proof.
Yeah,
don't need it.
I think we should strike E out.
So that takes the constraint out.
All I would add, councillors, is the reason why future proof is there is it's a recognised urban growth partnership. The government have ministers that recognise it. It's been through cabinet. It is a strong voice on sub-regional growth. It's equally a model that could be replicated in other waters entities, such as the Bay of Plenty. So I think it's actually a very applicable transferable model that already the government recognises. And I think we have a collective view on growth in the sub-region, so it's a great platform to provide that advocacy if the minister accepts it.
Getting rid of just getting the word honours in for you. Moko, wherever Moko has gone. Oh, there you are. Okay, so have a look. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a break in a minute. This will be done. Okay, so there it is. I've moved it, but I have yet to have a seconder, and I would like one. Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
We've missed worse off.
Yeah, including there's some more
transitional and worse off funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we say realistic worse off funding?
Yes.
Yeah. $8 million is realistic.
Or appropriate. That's appropriate. Then we can argue about what that is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okie doke, we're going to go into debate unless you have any questions about this. This is the only motion at the moment. Deputy Mayor, sorry, who have I got? Deputy Mayor and I have moved it. Councillor Taylor. Is that a question or is that a different? Okay. Yeah, no, I'm as a mover, I'll go first if that's okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so we're into debate, councillors. I'm not going to say very much. Except to say that I believe we need to continue to be a strong voice and promote the best interests of Hamilton. I personally don't support the throwing our toys at the cot approach to politics. We just got to stay in this conversation and we've got to stay firm. And we've got to keep reasserting the best position for Hamilton. Because change is coming, so let's get the best change that we can. And I know this to be more effective because I've sat in a number of those meetings in Wellington and seen where the alternative argument lie. So, look, I'm concerned. I think on the face of it, the minister has tried to take on board local voice by reducing the number of entities. And certainly from my point of view, it's quite good that we don't have to concern ourselves with the interests of Taranaki. And that it is a regional boundary and we already work in some extent to regional boundaries, but I'm not quite sure what that means, who's to admit it, who's to work out all the details. So I agree with you, not enough is known. I'm particularly concerned around the costs. We are all reeling up and down the country. Every mayor I've spoken to is balking at the removal of the Better Off funding because they relied upon it for critical projects in their LTP and going forward. And we need to make sure that the government is true to what they said, is that no council will be worse off after this happens. And I'm not yet convinced, so we've got to stay in that conversation. That's me. Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Oh, no. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm not trying to be difficult, and I just find I can't support this because we as a council are opposed to the Three Waters plan. We have formally agreed that, we've submitted that. The plan is founded on a co-governance, completely undemocratic model, which makes the plan completely irredeemable for me. To get in there and start negotiating or continue negotiating detail of a plan you oppose so fundamentally, to me, undermines our position. And to be honest, I thought my personal view is our last council got into trouble for sending muddy messages to the government on this. In my view, what were muddy messages? And I would have thought when it comes to Three Waters, the experience, I think, of the last council is that a bob each way doesn't work either. And it's not throwing the toys out of the cot. It's saying this is so fundamentally flawed. So I think we should be saying, no, we cannot stomach these reforms. We are fundamentally opposed to them, and we're not going to be negotiating any detail. They've got to go. I've got to say, I'd love to play poker against this council at times because it always blinks first. And, you know, there's always one person around the table they call a fish. And if you can't spot the other fish, it's you. And we're always blinking. We're always trying to negotiate details when and shuffle the chairs when the ship's going down. And I see no need to do it. In October, it could be gone anyway. We could have a new government, I'm hoping. So I just think it weakens our position, and I'm not trying to be difficult. To my way of thinking, I can't live with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't going to say anything until I heard you say throwing our toys out of the cot. The reality is Three Waters from day one has been poorly thought through. Three Waters from day one had more holes in it than a sieve. Three Waters from day one had a broken premise of a co-governance model that was always going to be divisive. The reality is this council, I think, erred in the approach where we chose to engage in some sort of attempt to influence. The reality is we haven't influenced a thing. What's really influenced the current government to do an about-face, to suddenly run away from this dead weight around their neck, is that they know they are likely to lose an election because they have realised how divisive this is. So the only reason that they have changed direction is not because of our influence, but because of the fact that they think they might lose an election. And the irony is, the first thing they do when changing direction is they throw us under the bus. And so there's no second lot of better off funding. I am struggled to articulate my frustration with dealing with Three Waters. So the idea that we continue to engage with a government who are clearly lost, who are clearly finding it hard to remain afloat, is nonsensical. We'd be more powerful saying it was a pig from day one, you keep putting lipstick on it, but it's still a pig.
Thanks very much. I think some of our councillors are getting a bit confused with what the motion is today, and that is really to offer comment to an invitation made to us by the Minister to comment on the changes, the recent changes that have been made. And we've heard today that staff have allayed the fears of some of the members around the fact that we would be changing our position. This doesn't in fact do that. It really only is that qualification matter that we can in fact add other options that may benefit us around the table in the longer term. The idea of promoting a metro advantage has in fact been long time our stand, and something by adding a independent chair of a committee that we're already well vested in and that other councils are as well, is a sweet response to be able to get that metro message across. I think it is really consistent with the kind of work that we've done and the feedback that we've given in the past. And it simply allows us an opportunity at the earliest to comment. Thank you. That's all right. No problem. I think it's great for us to be able to take up that personal invitation, and whilst making the offer to include an extra person, that being the independent chair, that we're able to then use the chance to talk about the transition funding and the worse off funding, and to put Hamilton's best case forward as we have always done. So I endorse the Mayor having the opportunity to do that.
Just briefly, ourselves, our neighbours, Waipa and Waikato District Council, high growth areas with particularly, I think, unique needs in terms of funding, not only an improvement to water quality, but also the growth that we're seeing. So I just want to endorse looking at seeing if we can have future-proof be an additional voice at the table to amplify our needs as a high growth area. I think it's pragmatic and hopefully gets support of our neighbouring councils.
Again, just a really small right of reply, and just probably a slightly naughty one. We did ask for a rethink in terms of the entities. We didn't like the 4 entities. This was rethought. Whether we like the alternative or not is now a matter for us to go forth and talk about. We asked for more local voice, and to some extent we got that, because you look at the makeup of the RRGs, the regional representative groups, quite different from before. Whether that's ideal for Hamilton remains a point to be seen, and Sarah raises a very good point. We obviously don't think so, because we haven't got proportional representation. We've got even representation, so we're looking at considered ways of bringing greater voice to those growth areas. That's why I'm really pleased with that recommendation. The Minister was quite clear with me in personal conversations we had when we were all down in Wellington, that if we have alternative ideas, we better bring them, come with them. He's open to them. If they don't work, he'll reject them, but we've got to go through the door with what we think is right for us. I'll just make one point that I have always gone to Wellington and represented fairly and accurately the majority decision of this council. So I reject the notion that we have had no influence. We have been part of the conversation all of the way along, guided by you, which is why it's really important today that in putting together the work that staff are going to give us to put together, that we sign off something that does represent you, because I am here to go and talk about, I'm in right of reply, Emma. Sorry, did you want to debate? Because you no, sorry. Sorry, you should have. I have represented council. I need to represent council. I want to represent council, and I want to represent the majority of council. That's what I will do. Just one more comment, because I lost my flow there. Councils for local democracy have had no further impact than us, not earlier nor more recently. They're not getting cut through. The idea to reject the whole notion with this current government is clearly not tenable to the government. They said they would reset. They've done something in the way of reset. We might not all like it, and we've got to tell them that. But there's no way they're going back to the beginning and starting all over again. There is no way. So let's keep our voice loud and consistent and unified, and try and be as effective as we can. Yes, that's it. Goodbye. Let's go to voting. Goodbye. The motion. Well, there's no amendment. Yeah, so it's well, what I was doing is amending the motion that was in that, but nobody put the motion, so it's now the motion. If you'd wanted to stick with staff motion, you'd have had to put it. And I did ask if anybody had an alternative, right? Cool. All right. We voted. Have we voted?
The motion is carried, 11-4, 4 against.
Let me just look what's on the agenda. Should we have a 10-minute stretch?
Yes.
Yes. All right. That's good. Stuff in here.
Was it? Really warm.
It does.
Getting all clucking with I think everyone does a bit of walking. Tuck the up from that other
So you can't see me bring the fourth one back.
Yeah.
Okie doke, people. Before we lose too many people, let's go. I don't know who's going to the escape rooms. Okay. Moko, Cash. Louise is here.
Where's it, John?
Because I know some of us are going to the opening of the escape rooms. What? Did you not? Really? I thought it came all through governance. So I was told. Okay, let's go to item. I don't know where I'm 15. No. 16. The remits, please, councillors.
Brilliant.
And so.
Yes. So just introducing myself, my new seconded role. So you may know me as Carmen Fuchs, the governance advisor. However, I am now Carmen Fuchs, policy and bylaw advisor. Just on a secondment, and we're here today to discuss some elected member remits, which are hopefully going to go to the 2023 LGNZ AGM. So those remits are the online quorum requirements, elected member remuneration, especially KiwiSaver, and with the well-beings. Other than that, I will take any questions.
So either your move, your second, Councillor Manuson. Any comments? Can I just say, or questions? Can I just say, have you seen? You did see. I sent you out around the local government New Zealand magazine that had a whole list of all the remits and where they're sitting currently, all the historic remits and what's been happening. You did all find that? Cool, thank you. Because I know you asked me for that and I asked them for that and you got it. So that's it. Is there any discussion or are we going to go to the, who's the mover? Ewan? No. Seconder?
Nothing, but I think the KiwiSaver point is really critical, only around the fact of making it easy for people to contribute. And I think about my own circumstance. When I was elected, I asked governance to deduct and through payroll my contributions to KiwiSaver, and was advised that it couldn't happen, that I had to make my own arrangements for that. And with that information in mind, it took me then the next 6 months to actually get around to it. And you know, I think that that is a disadvantage for people and something that we have to be much better at enabling. And really, it's just a matter of making a deduction from my salary at a member's authorisation and enabling that to happen, because you know a further 6 months of contributions can make a huge difference at the other end of your working cycle when you're in retirement. So whatever we can do in order to be able to do that, I think is advisable. Kia ora.
8. If not, we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Pull out the agenda, sorry. So that now takes us to the, and thank you to the councillors who did work and staff who did work on the background of those remits. I appreciate it. Recommendations from open committee. We've got the recommendation from the strategic, thank you. Moved, seconded by Councillor Van Ooston. Oh, she is. Councillor Sarah?
Yes, Sarah.
All in favour say aye.
Carried unanimously. No? Just. In those dissenting, we have Councillor Taylor. Thank you.
There's only that one lot of recommendations, isn't there?
The financial ones.
Just looking for them.
Here you
go. All right, thank you. Thank you. Or any debate? All in favour, please say aye. Opposed, carried. I think there was no opposed, sorry, that was a bit rushed. So now we get into the resolution to exclude the public. Moved by Councillor, yeah, thank you. All in favour? Aye. Give us